our guest very shortly now. Joining us is someone who has experienced both worlds firsthand. Having lived in Europe while still deeply connected to Nigerian roots, he has observed how many parents raise their children in the Western world compared to what we know here in Nigeria. Please welcome my guest as we have a sincere conversation on parenting beyond borders. Good afternoon and welcome to TSK Show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you here. Our guest is Prince Victor Nwatu, and I'm going to talk about him just before the end of the show. But for now, he's my guest, and we'll be having this discussion on parenting across borders. I know that parents at home, you're watching and you are ready to listen. So I have the first question for you. When you moved abroad, looking at your experience of what parenting is in Nigeria and how it is in the Western world. So what difference, what was the first difference you observed? What was that first thing that struck like, this is not how we used to do it back home?
I would say firstly, I was shocked.
Shocked?
At the, what we call cultural shock. That was my first experience, because I noticed that parents don't talk to their children with authority. They talk to them like pals or equals compared to what is obtainable in Nigeria or in Africa.
Oh, wow. Okay, so now, how do you describe a typical Nigerian parenting with what it is abroad?
A typical Nigerian parenting makes a child to grow up with timidness.
Wow.
And fear compared to what is obtainable in Europe, where children are raised from kindergarten or nursery age to be bold and confident, believing in what they call self-esteem as a human being.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know that Nigerian parents don't like their children talking back at them.
Yes.
Because you talked about we raise children being timid.
Yeah.
But I know that I think it's at some point that children want to break free from that timidness by trying to discover themselves. So now, looking at the Nigerian parenting style where children are raised not to talk back at their parents. And over there, children can freely say anything to their parents. Do we look at that aspect of talking back at their parents in the European, in the Western world as being disrespectful? Because these children are bold that they can say anything at any time, and that doesn't happen here in Nigeria.
Well, the European world, they believe in what they call equality, whether as a child or as a parent. And as a parent, your role as a parent is being from birth at the hospital. They will explain to you that you are only a caretaker of this child, that this child belongs to father, mother, and the society. Like here we say the child belongs to the society, but actually the child no longer belongs to the society in Nigeria, for example. Because over there the government has a role to play in the parenting of every child, and that makes it a little bit complex for the parents. They are a kind of unsafe when dealing with their children. Yes.
So but let's look at this talking back per se. You know, here when your parents are talking, you're not meant to talk. Sometimes you are not even meant to express yourself, even when you know what to say. Our parents over here see it that you're being disrespectful, you're challenging an adult. But over there, a child can tell you no to your face and even tell you as a parent that you are wrong. Do you think that level of independence for a child in expression is okay, or is better the way we do it in Nigeria?
It's a cultural thing. They didn't develop it all of a sudden. It took them years of analyzing the society. Like In Europe, talking back is not norm. When one person is talking, it's expected of the other to listen. So even your child will tell you, listen and don't talk when I'm talking. And you have to, it's not, yeah, he will tell you, I'm now talking, you listen to me. And that makes them, they grow up with so much confidence and boldness, and it helps them. They can tell you anything, this right of self-expression. As an African, I was shocked when my children, but then I asked questions and they told me that it's here. In Africa, it's authoritative. You talk, your children listen. There, this thing they say here, you go explain tire. Your role is to explain. As a parent or as a father or mother, you must explain every point to them. And that is also wonderful.
Okay. Yeah. I love that to an extent, because I know that if he's back here, your parent is talking and you're telling the parent, listen, I'm talking back, you will receive slap with slippers and all of that. So now abroad, we know that children start gaining independence at a very early stage. Do you encourage that? I would say partly. Okay. The independence they get helps them to become what they are. It's about expression and thinking. Like there's a saying, only a free mind can think. Teenagers are kind of entangled in a web in African context. But over there, this freedom to express themselves in various ways, it helps them to be more creative than teenagers here. Because they have a level of independence
and liberty.
Liberty. Okay, now we look at it and we feel over here that parenting in Nigeria is shaped by survival and respect to culture, while over there is based on emotional well-being of the child. Do you agree to that?
No, I don't.
Okay, why?
Because culture is always evolving, it's always changing, and it's a process that everyone needs to adapt to. That's why I don't believe in it. Okay. What we see as culture today might change tomorrow. So we need to define certain things in this society which we have failed to do. That's what I should say about that. Okay, so at what point do you think children should be given a kind of liberty to do things on their own? Is it at a particular stage or a particular level, maybe in education, that children should be given this freedom that we are talking about? I think they should be given this freedom as early as possible, even in childhood stage, because we are all born with different talents. Many of the talents that die in Africa is as a result of parenting. Let me give an ignorance. Okay. This culture of 18 makes a father or parents to force a child who was born to be a left-hander to force that child to start using the right hand. It's not done in Europe. They see it's embedded in culture to use left to take food as wrong, as disrespectful, or to shake somebody. There is nothing like that. There's no scientific evidence about that. So culture is always pushing us most times behind others, even in parenting. If you're not free to develop your talent, if you're not free to develop your skills, then you'll be lacking behind in the world of today. So at a very little age, they should allow a child do certain things because this left hand of a thing has been an issue. I've also argued it with some persons that I don't see anything wrong with a child eating with the left hand and forcing a child you must use your right hand because the child dropped something with the left and the mom have to hit her like you shouldn't use your left. I said that's the hand that is at that point comfortable for her to do whatever she wants to do. Okay, now while we were talking some time ago, you mentioned something about we were talking about grades in class. Like here in Nigeria, where
at the end of every term or every section,
Yeah.
the school calls out the best performing students,
Yeah.
like the high graders, so
Yeah.
to say, and the high performing students, where we say this is the overall best in this, overall best in that, maybe first, second, and third. And you said over there that children have this privacy,
Yeah.
that nobody else should know about their results except them themselves. It's not made public. Now,
Yeah.
and I ask, what does it actually encourage? Because to me, I feel that the public ranking
Yeah.
makes a child to put in more effort.
Yeah.
But you're saying from your own experience over there, it affects the child self-esteem.
Yes.
So let's strike a balance on this now.
Okay, I went to school here, primary, secondary school. In primary school, at the end of the term, result is being called out in the open for everybody. Over there, a child gets his result and close it in a map. Because of the privacy law, nobody's allowed to see it. Only the parents, and they have to sign that they've seen it and return it. So the child doesn't know who is the class best, who failed and who didn't fail. Because it's an emotional thing for a child to cry because of his grades in front of others. Many children or adults today, this degrading or calling out somebody made them not even to perform in life, because it makes you to feel inferior,
And you are not enough.
that you're not good enough. And to save that child from that kind of a situation, the results are kept secret for everybody. So you develop at your own pace. You are not under pressure to outperform anybody, because there are this thing we call talent or knowledge. It's not given even. So it's only the teacher that knows who needs extra lesson, who needs
To
extra
upgrade.
time and things like that, not the next person sitting to you. So nobody will mock a child during break time and call him Olodo or Mumu. It doesn't happen there. And I find out as something very good.
Okay, you encourage that.
I encourage it.
Okay, but I believe that to me, somehow,
Yeah,
if a child, I know is more like a competition.
yeah,
So somehow it will motivate the child
Yeah.
to do more.
Yeah.
But since you are not agreeing with me on that,
Yeah.
so what is the best, healthier way to motivate a child to do better without lowering their self-esteem, making them feel bad, and affecting them maybe emotionally?
that's why we have tests, aptitude tests and skills. The best way is to expose that child to different aspects of learning and skills. Some children are gifted in drawing, but here we have parents always like to push the children to a particular rule or schema in the society. Most parents want their children to be doctors, lawyers, engineers. No. There, your individual talent
And ability.
and ability is the main thing. Your joy, you must do something that gives you joy, something that you
You
drive
find fulfillment.
fulfillment in. Some people are doing certain jobs here in Africa. They are not happy with it. If you give them the chance, they will choose something else. There, people are left, or children, teenagers, they choose whatsoever they like. That's why they are able to maintain a high level of employment in the society. Everybody must not be a graduate. Everybody must not be a good scholar. So you better be a good carpenter and contribute to the society, because they believe in dignity of labor. A carpenter cannot be assaulted by somebody who is a doctor, and every job pays. You can take any job and take it to a higher level. A painter, for example, I know a painter who has a Lamborghini. You can't find something like that here in Nigeria.
Yes.
Your skill,
Because we see those things as menial jobs.
there's no menial job there. Every job has its dignity. You're a cameraman, you can be the best camera, you can take it to another level. That's why they have minimum wage. And that minimum wage must keep you above poverty level. You can't look down on any job or any profession. It's not done. A carpenter is richer than a doctor.
In some parts.
In some parts. A plumber is richer than a professor.
Wow.
Yeah. So a child will say proudly, I want to be a carpenter. In kindergarten, they bring, in nursery school, we call it kindergarten, they bring all sorts of works. Carpenters will come and explain in kindergarten at that early age. In nursery school, carpenter will come, fire service men will come, they will take the children there, they will take them to the politicians, they will take them to hospital. So
they start making their choices early.
So early in life. And the parents, your duty is just to support him. You don't tell him, this is what I want you to do.
And I've come to observe that in this part of the world, sometimes when parents push children into becoming, maybe going into a particular profession, sometimes it's not because of the child, it's for their own personal gain.
Interest, yes. That's a wrong form of parenting. Individuality is encouraged, creativity is encouraged, but here is killed. Some family here, I know a case of a schoolmate who the family wanted him to be a medical doctor at all cost, because almost everybody in that family
is a medical doctor.
Was or is a medical doctor. He failed and failed, and at the end they contributed money and said, now we've seen that this thing is not your thing, and they gave him money to start business. But he wasted so many years trying to get admission, taking jump, the best teachers, the best lesson. These fingers are not equal. That's what we should know in Africa.
Oh wow, this is becoming so interesting. The conversation is eye-opening, and I believe that parents who are at home and you are watching us, I believe you're learning one or two things, that children should be left, especially teenagers, to take certain decisions, especially when it comes to their career choice. So we'll go on a short break now, and when we come back, we'll continue more on this conversation. Please do not go anywhere. Stay tuned.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signaturetv every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. So far we've touched on the differences between both parenting worlds and how they shape children differently, and we'll continue on this conversation. Our guest is still here and he's going to tell us more as we are almost rounding off this segment of the TSK show. So what do you think Nigerian parents should learn from other parents in the Western world?
I think it has to do with education, and that's where the government has to come in. There should be awareness creation on parenting, because it's making us to kill a lot of talents. This traditional, it must be the way, influencing wrong influencing of the teenagers. It should stop. I met somebody recently, he told me, uncle, I know that if you have stayed in Nigeria, my mother would have left me to be a footballer. I was a good footballer. I was the captain of my school. But because my mother said no to a football career, I ended up not being a footballer, and today I'm a tailor.
Oh.
And he's very sad.
Ooh.
So in order to avoid such situations, we should encourage the teenager, give them some kind of free hand, not totally free hand, but know that they have their own mind. It's not about us. They should not make up for our failures. Give them free hand, kind of.
Okay.
We only need to advise them, encourage them, give them information, help them the way we can to pursue their goal, not to choose for them. Let them make their choice. They can make mistakes, but they will learn from their mistakes.
Having lived in both worlds, Nigeria and abroad, is there anything you think those living abroad can learn from parenting back home based on our culture, ethics, and morals?
There's a lot.
A lot?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a lot. But because of time strain, I don't think I have to say much on that.
Okay.
We can learn from both societies, both cultures. Because sometimes the free hand is also being abused by teenagers.
Yes, of course.
Because they know that parents can smack them, teachers can punish them. Some percentage of the teenagers, they abuse this freedom that they have, but they will later regret it in life. Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for coming on the TSK show. Today's conversation is clear that parenting styles may differ, but the goal is the same: raising responsible, confident children. Nigerian parenting brings strong values and respect, while Western parenting encourages expression and independence. The beauty is in finding balance, learning, adjusting, and parenting with wisdom. Thank you for staying with us. Until next time, keep growing and keep leading with intention. My name is Ifoma the Prof Nwato. I'm your host on the TSK show, and today my guest is actually my own elder brother, who is a father figure to me. I said I'm going to talk about him at the end of this show. So today I want to celebrate my brother for coming on the show to support what I'm doing. Thank you so much, sir, for being part of the TSK show.
Thank you.
And to my viewers over there, is a wrap for today. Thank you for joining us. See you next time.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signaturetv trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signaturetv every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signaturetv. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing just finished the
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
do I have an interview for you? I told my guest that I stereotyped him because I did not know that he was possessed of so much depth, so many layers, so much nuance.
The country is actually gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any dissenting voice from anybody. They don't want the voice of opposition or anybody that will say anything that is different from what they have in mind. They also want to flog us without anybody crying. That is what they want to do. And once you are speaking against their actions, once you are speaking against their policies, you've become an enemy. You know, the initial time the police invited him, we were saying that there was a different intention from what they were painting. And you saw it, even when he got there, there was no clear interrogation there. They were moving from one baseless corner to another. You can't even say that this is exactly what they invited him for. Now, the DSS said it was petition written by NLC, which means it's an NLC thing. Or did the NLC person or persons accuse the president of being a terrorist or what? They haven't told us. Because if it's labor matter that has to do with labor union activities, why should DSS be involved? That is the first question. Then if it borders on the nation, and you are saying this petition was written, when was it written? And why must it be when he was attending TUC conference, international conference for that matter, that you should hold him? Was there any restriction on his movement? Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we're all dafts and they're the only people that know everything, principally because they were given the powers to lead. That we are given the power to lead doesn't mean that your followers do not have sense. That is what some people do not understand. And it doesn't also mean that you think faster than the people you lead. It's only that somebody must be in front. So the way they reason, the way they go about things in the country doesn't suggest that they actually understand the nitty-gritties of democracy.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Just finished thinking. Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them. At one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
In the headlines, Supreme Court upholds President's power to declare emergency rule and suspend elected officials. Political activist Okonkwo calls for governance structure to tackle insecurity in Nigeria. Trump says late filmmaker Rob Reiner had Trump derangement syndrome. And Ukrainian drone pilots say Russian troops are surrounded in Kupiansk. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Supreme Court has affirmed the President's constitutional power to declare a state of emergency in any state to avert a breakdown of law and order or descent into chaos. In a split 6-1 decision, the Apex Court ruled that the President, during a state of emergency, suspend elected officials, provided such suspension is for a limited period. Delivering the lead judgment, Justice Muhammad Idris held that Section 305 of the Constitution empowers the President to take extraordinary measures to restore normalcy once emergency rule is declared. He noted that the section does not specify the nature of such measures, thereby giving the President discretion. The ruling followed a suit filed by Adamawa State and 10 other PDP-controlled states, challenging the state of emergency declared by President Bola Tinubu in Rivers State, to which Governor Siminalayi Fubara and other elected officials were suspended for 6 months. Justice Idris upheld preliminary objections raised by the Attorney General of the Federation and the National Assembly, ruling that the plaintiffs failed to establish a cause of action capable of invoking the court's original jurisdiction. Consequently, struck out the suit. As fixed Thursday, December 18, to rule on a bail application of former Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, was facing an 8-count 2.2 billion naira contract fraud charge by the EFCC. Justice Mayam Hassan adjourned after hearing arguments from counsel to the EFCC Sylvanus Tahir San and defense counsel Patrick Ikweto San. The defense urged the court to grant bail, arguing that Ngige is not a flight risk, has no prior criminal record, and returned to Nigeria after being granted administrative bail. Ikweto said claims that Ngige failed to return his passport were misleading, insisting the passport was lost in London and duly reported to relevant authorities. Opposing the application, the EFCC asked the court to refuse bail, arguing that Ngige breached earlier bail conditions by failing to return his passport and did not voluntarily report to the commission. Prosecution said the bail request was an attempt to retain a forfeited administrative bail. The court will deliver its ruling on Thursday. African Democratic Congress ADC in Kebbi State has accused the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC of acting with political bias and outside the provisions of a law, following the continued detention of former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami. The party made the allegation on Sunday during a press conference at Asby Hotel, Benin, Kebbi, where it called for Malami's immediate release, describing his detention as unconstitutional, politically motivated. Addressing journalists, the Kebbi State Chairman of the ADC, Sufiyan Bala, alleged that the EFCC had overstayed its statutory mandate and was gradually assuming the role of a law itself, instead of operating as a law enforcement agency subject to constitutional limits. The party further alleged that Malami's detention, given his position as a senior member and leader of the ADC in Kebbi State, was part of a broader attempt to intimidate opposition figures and coerce them into joining the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. According to the ADC, Malami has not been formally charged with any offense. The situation is said violates the provisions of the 1999 Constitution, stressing that no citizen should be treated beneath the law. Despite the development, the party said it remained resolute and undeterred, assuring members and supporters of its commitment to democratic ideals and active political participation ahead of the 2027 general elections. A frontline political activist, Ifeanyi Okonkwo, has called for the strengthening of the nation's security architecture and effective government governance to curb the rising insecurity in the country. Speaking on Signature Morning, Okonkwo noted that the present administration appears to be failing in its primary responsibility of ensuring the security and welfare of the people. He argued that sustainable security cannot be achieved without a solid political structure capable of driving meaningful development.
Nigerians are not serious. We have not decided to secure the country. Our leaders are afraid to take the critical steps that will give us that opportunity to know that we take security seriously. Starting from when the governors of the 36 states and FCTA, the administrators, said that we need state police. Nigeria needs to be restructured into a pattern of governance that can help us pursue the chemistry and mechanical processes of securing our citizens. Tomorrow, they will tell you they are going to... You don't use the military as a platform to secure your internal administration. But because we have leaders who don't like to think and push things through, irrespective of where their constituency may not like it.
Will lend support to the move towards state policing, but emphasize that the role must be clearly defined with the active involvement of local governments and vigilante groups. Advance political parties to live up to expectation and ensure that they are properly guided by their constitutions to provide their members a viable platform to seek for political offices, since there is no room yet for independent candidature.
How many Nigerians know how to use the court? In Nigeria, you go to court, they say you're a troublemaker. So how many Nigerians know the laws of the states? Our parliament, our state houses of assembly pass laws. Where do you see the law? You don't see the law. So these are things that will create citizens' awareness so that you can take back your community and make demand on the system and become interested in what is happening. You see some elites tell you, they are not interested in politics. That's a naive statement. How can you be not interested? How do you get water, public water you drink? So now by January, the government will rattle Nigerians with this new tax. And I am expecting a lot of litigations because I see a lot of loopholes in the law. So this is the only way, because today there is a judgment of the Supreme Court very currently where the Supreme Court are giving us a window to challenge government when you collect our money and don't deliver.
Troops of the Nigerian Army have recorded significant operational successes nationwide, killing over 14 terrorists and intercepting 9 million naira in ransom within the last 48 hours. A source at the Army headquarters told the news agency of Nigeria that coordinated operations across several theaters also led to the arrest of suspects and the rescue of kidnapped victims. In the northeast, troops of Operation Hadinkai killed 11 ISWAP and JAS terrorists during operations in Borno and Yobe states, recovering weapons, ammunition, and logistics. 3 suspected collaborators were also arrested along the Kolunga-Bama road. In the northwest, terrorists were repelled during encounters in Zamfara state, while in the north-central, troops foiled kidnapping attempts and rescued victims in Plateau, Nasarawa, and Taraba. 5 suspected kidnappers were arrested in Kaduna. In the south, troops uncovered about 600 liters of illegally refined diesel during anti-bunkering operations in Akwa Ibom. Army reaffirmed its commitment to sustain operations against terrorism and criminality nationwide. Notorious bandit leader Bello Tuje has accused 2 former northern governors of fueling insecurity in the north. In a viral video that surfaced on Sunday, Tuje alleged that past administrations in Zamfara and Sokoto states laid the groundwork for the region's prolonged insecurity. He claimed to have taken part in peace meetings with the Zamfara state government under a former governor, but denied reports that he received 30 million naira or any other inducement to join the process. Sources close to the former governors dismissed the claims, insisting that statements from a known terrorist should not be taken seriously. Troji further alleged that previous administrations armed vigilante groups known as Yambanga, which he said targeted Fulani communities and worsened violence. Specifically named former governors of Sokoto and Zamfara states, calling for their arrests and investigation of their alleged roles in the crisis. The Katsina State Directorate of the National Orientation Agency has launched a security awareness campaign in border communities across the state. Speaking at a lunch in Jibia local government area on Monday, State Director Muntari Lawal Sagem said the campaign is aimed at educating residents on cross-border crimes and encouraging them to support government efforts to tackle insecurity. The exercise covers Jibia, Keita, Mashi, Mayadua, Zango, and Baure local government areas. Lawan Sange noted that criminals often exploit festive periods and informal border routes to enter the country, urging residents to report suspicious movement to security agencies. He also called on citizens to be patriotic, guide the children away from drugs and criminal behavior, and support peace through mutual respect. Further appeal to community and religious leaders to promote peaceful coexistence, commended Governor Diko Rada for his efforts to address security challenges in the state. The Police Service Commission has announced the start of a nationwide recruitment exercise for 50,000 constables into the Nigeria Police Force, aimed at boosting community policing and strengthening internal security. In a statement issued on Monday, the Sokoto State Police Command said an online application portal opened today, December 15, 2025, in line with the presidential directive to increase police manpower. Commission stressed that recruitment is free of charge and warned applicants to avoid unauthorized individuals or fake websites. Applicants must be Nigerian citizens by birth, possess a valid national identification number, and be medically, physically, and psychologically fit. The portal will remain open for 6 weeks and close at 11:59 p.m. on Sunday, January 25, 2026. Applications must be submitted only through the official portal npfapplication.psc.gov.ng. As multiple entries or attempts to influence the process will lead to disqualification. Sokoto State Police Command encouraged qualified Nigerians to apply, assuring that the exercise will be transparent and based on merit. Up ahead, Nigerian government bans admission transfer into SS3 class. Legal practitioner Madaki Ame advocates payment of dues for party membership. Details of these and more after the break.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
The federal government has announced a ban on the admission and transfer of students into senior secondary school 3 in both public and private secondary schools in Nigeria. The directive was issued by the Federal Minister of Education on Sunday, signed by the Director of Press and Public Relations, Folashade Boriowo. Boriowo explained that the decision was prompted by growing concerns of an increasing incidence of examination malpractice, including the use of so-called special centers during external examinations. The statement added that such practices undermine the integrity and credibility of Nigeria's education system. According to the ministry, the directive will take effect from 2026-2027 academic session. Admissions and transfers are now restricted to SS1 and SS2 classes. A legal practitioner, Madaki Ame, has advocated that members of the various political parties should be made to pay membership dues to their parties to increase their stake. Ame, who featured on a breakfast show on Signaturetv, noted that a situation where a few members hijack the parties do not make for the growth of party democracy in the country.
Political parties are supposed to be actively involved in business. They're supposed to be actively involved in membership mobilization and monitoring which of their members is actually contributing towards the growth of the party. That's why all members of political parties should be paying their monthly dues, just like we pay for our town unions. You know, because political parties are not actually any different from our town unions. You know, it's just that they are vehicles constitutionally provided for seeking and retaining public office. You get the point? As the vehicles for which, you know, by which people can, you know, aspire into office. But, you know, most of the political parties are so broke after the election season because whatever money they're able to raise from finding aspirants, they're about to start finding them. You say that's imposed by the owners of the party. And the truth of the matter is that when they raise all this money that they raise, they share the money among themselves. So it doesn't go to grow the party by maybe building their secretariat or, you know, paying their staff well or whatever. It's a gra season where, you know, whatever they're able to garner, they share it among themselves, you know, members of the ESCOs of the different parties. And there's no party, you know, that is spared, you know, for this complicity against the Nigerian people.
Ame also lamented the actions being taken by the powers that be to subjugate the power of the judiciary, having noted that there are still a lot of judges who are incorruptible, whose images are being tarnished by the bad eggs in the judiciary.
And our court system, you know, have very many sound, incorruptible judges whose image have been tarnished, you know, by the few bad eggs in the judiciary. You get the point? And the desperation of the government in power, you know, to subjugate the judiciary under their armpit, you know, by putting a knee on their necks. You get the point? So we need to be able to unleash the genius of our judges and the judicial system by correcting the many ills of our society through that same judicial process and the same courts that are now being vilified, you know, and being made to look like corrupt institutions as if all judges are corrupt. I think it's very unfair. You know, I've been a lawyer now 36 years, and I know there are sound judges who will never take a dime from you, you know, no matter what the circumstances are. So if we use the same
court system,
the same
judicial
brush If we use the same brush to paint all judges and say they are bad people, you will not achieve anything.
The public interest lawyer advised the Independent National Electoral Commission to live up to its responsibility of giving Nigerians free and fair elections. Said that a lot of Nigerians are now being discouraged from voting because of a belief that their votes do not count.
The reason I bring this up is that, Nigerians are beginning to lose interest in the political process because they feel that their votes don't count. And if you go back in recent history, in 2023, when everybody was mobilized, everybody was supporting Peter Obi to win this election, at the end of the day, Tinubu was declared. And because Nigerians don't like violence, they say, okay, maybe next time. And that was how it went. And those brutal politicians who understand the psyche of the average Nigerian and know we don't have staying power for mischief, they just wait you out. You get the point? They know that they have done the wrong thing. They said if you are not happy, go to court. And that if you are not happy, go to court means, thumping their noses at you and saying, so what can you do? We have done it, so what can you do? And citizens, it's called state capture. When, the gladiators in the system have captured the institution of state to a point where they thump their nose at the electorate that are supposed to be the owners of the system and say, hey, do your worst. What can you do? It is that what can you do now that we are in it. It is that kind of what can you do that led to the situation in Benin Republic a few days ago when the military was trying, almost took over the governance, and Nigeria had to go and help their military, to sustain democratic systems. I don't know how long that can be sustained for, you get the point, because if the push really comes from people who are completely dissatisfied with
the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has asked the federal government to publicize details of a recent agreement on digital tax reform and revenue administration signed by the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, with the government of France. The National Publicity Secretary of the party, Bolaji Abdullahi, made a demand in a statement on Sunday. The party expressed concern that the agreement potentially endangers Nigeria's data security and exposes strategic national economic information to foreign exploitation. Said that attempts by the FIRS to explain these concerns away have failed to convince anyone that the agreement was done in the best interest of the nation, especially given the manner in which it was hurriedly and secretly packaged. Voices rose in unison, hearts were lifted, and the atmosphere was charged with worship at the grand finale of a third edition of Voices in Praise. The event, which is a gospel music talent hunt dedicated to discovering and promoting young gospel artists, lived up to its billing. Correspondent Quincy Rowland completes the story.
It was indeed a night of soul-stirring praise and worship as gospel music lovers gathered to celebrate faith, talent, and excellence at the highly anticipated finale of Voices in Praise 2025 held in Enugu State. Voices in Praise is an annual gospel music talent hunt that provides a platform for young and emerging gospel singers to showcase their gifts while inspiring lives through music. Chairman of the Voices in Praise initiative, Barrister Joe Mamel, highlighted the rigorous and transparent journey.
Voices in Praise initiative was founded with a clear and intentional mission to give talented gospel singers a platform where their voices can be heard, a space where they can grow and be known. We observe that while many sectors actively support and promote secular music, the gospel music community often lack the same level of visibility and encouragement. So we asked ourselves, why don't we uplift gospel music as well? Why don't we bring it to the limelight? Why don't we do the platform that trains, empower, and support those who have chosen to use their gifts to God?
The evening kicked off with electrifying opening performances by the 10 finalists, setting the tone for an unforgettable night. Their energy and passion instantly connected with the audience, who received each performance with commensurate applause. competition intensified as the quest to select the best gospel artists began. Contestants took turns performing their original compositions, displaying vocal strength, lyrical depth, and spiritual expression. The performances captivated the audience, who actively participated in the voting process in a transparent and inclusive manner. At the end of the first round of voting, 5 contestants with the lowest votes were evicted, leaving 5 finalists in the race.
Is Hakuna Pressure. So, on behalf
The decisive moment of the night came with the cover song performances, which, according to the judges, tested musical intricacy, vocal control, stage presence, and overall performance.
We actually gave these points according to the parameters. And from the judges' table, I can really see that these guys are amazing. From our table, their points, the difference between all of them is just either 1, 2, 1, 2. You get it? So, but your votes interfered in this our points. Do you get it? So I want us to have an understanding about this, so that when the winner is called, you will know how these things were done. Are you with me? Are you with me?
Following the second round of voting and the judge's final verdict, Chukwumalio Obiora, who emerged as the winner, smiled home with a grand prize of 1 million naira, with consolation rewards going to other outstanding contestants. As the curtains fell on the 3rd edition of Voices in Praise, one message that echoed clearly is that gospel music continues to be a powerful tool for worship, inspiration, and discovery of new voices dedicated to praising God. In Enugu, Quinsley Rowland, Signature TV News.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, says that Africa's future prosperity depends largely on young entrepreneurs, professionals, and innovators. He noted the economic resilience and risk-taking resilience will continue to expand opportunity across sectors. Abbas made this known at the CEO's Network Awards Gala and Cocktail Night, which was organized by CEO's Network Africa at the National Assembly. Abbas was represented by the Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, said that prosperity depends in large measure on how the youths are supported, guided and empowered. The Speaker said the event provided an opportunity to examine some of the most pressing issues confronting Africa and the quality of leadership shaping enterprise, governance and development around the continent. It showed that the 10th House is committed to building a policy environment that protects enterprise, rewards innovation, and gives young Nigerians the confidence to invest their talent and resources in the future of the country. The president of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, Ike Neliako, said the CEO's Network Africa has been making Nigeria proud through its innovative and entrepreneurial activities and challenging young entrepreneurs to live a life of legacy. Founder of CEO's Network Africa, Ali Bob Chimo, said the idea came up about 8 years ago when he and few like-minded people came together to share ideas, noting that the organization has grown over the years and now has over 20,000 young entrepreneurs registered across Africa. President Bola Tinubu has expressed sadness over the death of Bayelsa State Deputy Governor Lawrence Erujakpo, who died on Thursday after collapsing in his office. A condolence message issued on Monday by Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo ENUGU. The President sympathized with the Bayelsa State government and its people. Tinubu extended his condolences to Governor Doyediri, Beatrice Erujakpo, his children and associates, describing the late deputy governor as a diligent public servant. Erujakpo's death, which occurred at the government house in ENUGU, was only announced by the People's Democratic Party. The party said it received the news with deep shock, describing him as a trusted and faithful party man. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has pledged to defend democracy, deepen economic integration, and strengthen collective security amid rising instability across the sub-region. Leaders of the bloc made a commitment at the 68th Ordinary Session of the Authority of Heads of State and Government held at the Old Banquet Hall, Presidential Villa, Abuja, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima. President Bola Tinubu called for unity, warning that the bloc is weakest when divided. Nigerian leader explained that while disagreements among member states are inevitable, they must not undermine the sense of belonging or shared destiny amid discussions on governance and security. The summit highlighted a decisive pivot towards private sector-led integration. ECOWAS Commission President Omar Toure announced the launch of the ECOWAS Business Council, naming Nigerian industrialist Aliko Dangote as its pioneer chairman. Chairman of the ECOWAS Authority and President of Sierra Leone, Julius Bayo, described the summit as a historic crossroad, warning that West Africa faces some of the gravest security, democratic, and economic challenges in its post-independent history. The Economic Community of West African State, ECOWAS, has threatened targeted sanctions on anyone truncating the return of Guinea-Bissau to civilian rule after last month's coup. This is coming as presidents from across the region met in Nigeria for a biannual meeting whose agenda was dominated by two recent coup attempts, successful military takeover in Guinea-Bissau and a failed push in Benin. ECOWAS Commission President Omar Toure, while addressing journalists at the end of the summit, said the regional bloc shall impose targeted sanctions on individuals or groups of persons that obstruct the transition process. He equally stated that the ECOWAS peacekeeping force deployed in Guinea-Bissau, a small, coup-prone West African country since 2022, was authorized to provide protection to all political leaders and national institutions. Recall that a failed push in Benin saw Nigeria deploy fighter jets and troops alongside soldiers from the Ivory Coast to shore up the civilian government. ECOWAS has said more soldiers are on their way from Ghana and Sierra Leone. Next is business news.
The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has reverted to the use of its scriptless securities settlement system, S4, for the electronic submission of Treasury bills auction bids following a brief suspension after its initial test run in November. The latest move comes ahead of a 365 billion Treasury bills auction scheduled for Thursday, December 17th to 18th, reinforcing the Apex Bank's resolve to tighten controls, enhance transparency, and improve price discovery in the primary fixed income market. Under the agreement, investors will submit bids electronically through the S4 platform, which is expected to reduce manual processes and enhance market access. The CBN says the move aligns with its ongoing reforms aimed at deepening Nigeria's financial market and improving price discovery in Treasury bills auctions. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has announced a new petrol pump price of 739 naira per litre. The announcement was made in Lagos by the president of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, during a briefing with fuel marketers and industry stakeholders over the weekend. Dangote said the new pump price follows a recent reduction in the refinery's gantry price and is aimed at ensuring fair pricing for consumers. According to him, MRS would commence the sale of petrol at 739 naira per litre from Tuesday, while other partners would follow. He explained that transportation costs from the refinery to retail outlets should not significantly increase the pump price and urged marketers to align with the new rate. According to him, the refinery is committed to stabilizing fuel supply, reducing price volatility, and supporting Nigeria's energy security through local refining. The development comes amid ongoing adjustment in Nigeria's deregulated fuel market. The Nigeria Customs Service and the Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority have agreed to strengthen collaboration to curb fuel diversion and smuggling. The Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, said the partnership will involve intelligence sharing, joint patrols, and stricter monitoring of fuel movement across borders. Officials confirmed that joint operations, including Operation Whirlwind, have already led to seizures of diverted petroleum products. The NMDPRA said the collaboration will help reduce revenue losses, improve energy security, and ensure fuel meant for local consumption reaches Nigerians. Both agencies pledged sustained cooperation to tackle fuel-related economic crimes. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission says it recovered 37.44 billion naira and $2.35 million in cash and assets in 2025. The ICPC chairman, Dr. Musa Aliyu, disclosed this in Abuja during the Commission's annual performance review over the weekend, where he outlined the agency's activities for the year. According to him, the recoveries were made through investigations, seizures, and court-ordered forfeitures linked to corruption cases across the country. Dr. Aliyu said the Commission investigated over 260 cases, filed more than 60 cases in court, and recorded a conviction rate of over 55%. He also noted that the ICPC carried out extensive project monitoring nationwide to ensure public funds were properly utilized and intensified public enlightenment campaigns. The Commission says it will strengthen enforcement, interagency cooperation, and preventive measures as part of its anti-corruption drive going into 2026. And that's business news on Global News. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
US President Donald Trump posted a message on Truth Social on Monday, reacting to the death of actor, director, and political activist Rob Reiner, saying the director suffered from what he called Trump derangement syndrome. Trump criticized Reiner, a longtime political opponent, writing that the director had an incurable affliction tied to his opposition to Trump, while adding at the end of the post, "May Rob and Michelle rest in peace." Reiner and his wife were found dead in their Los Angeles home on Sunday. The police are investigating the circumstances as an apparent homicide. Reiner's wife, Michelle, was at one time a photographer who captured the image of Donald Trump that appears at the cover of his book, Trump, The Art of a Deal. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with the President of the German Parliament, Julia Klöckner, on Monday as part of his diplomatic tour in Berlin. Klöckner and Zelensky took part in a roundtable meeting, which among other participants also included the Ukrainian ambassador to Germany. The Ukrainian president is visiting Berlin for a summit on ceasefire negotiations between Ukraine and the US representatives. Heads of governments from France, UK, Italy, Poland, Denmark, Finland, Norway, Sweden, and EU and NATO are also planning to join the summit at the German Chancellery. Some Russian troops remain in a Kupiansk town center in Ukraine's Kharkiv region, a drone pilot told Reuters in a hideout on Friday. Drone pilot Yevhen, who only provided his first name, launched the first-person view attack drones from nearby the town, said that fighting continued in the outskirts of the town. Monday, a spokesperson for Ukraine's military said on national television that a Russian force of 100 to 200 troops remains encircled in Kupiansk.
Russian troops, are in the town center. They got into the town and they are still sitting there. And around the circle, they basically don't pass. Maybe one unit, soldier or vehicle, can slip through. Everything is now on the outskirts of the city. As for how many are left there, they are being eliminated little by little. But mostly they are being eliminated on the outskirts.
Ukrainian open source mapping project Deep State on Monday marked parts of a town center as occupied by Russia. With US-backed peace efforts underway, Moscow said it was advancing on all fronts and had seized Kupiansk and the strategic city of Provsk in the east. President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Friday that he visited the frontline town of Kupiansk in eastern Ukraine, adding that military achievements would help Kiev's diplomatic efforts. European Union Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas said on Monday that taking over the Donbas region would not be Putin's endgame.
Why countries want to be in NATO is because they don't want Russia to invade them, to attack them, and that's why Sweden and Finland joined NATO. That's why the Baltic states joined NATO, to have this defense umbrella. Really, we have to understand that Donbas is not Putin's endgame. If it gets Donbas, then the fortress is down, and then they definitely move on with taking the whole of Ukraine. And if Ukraine goes, then other regions are also in danger. We know this from the history, and we should learn from history.
Kallas also acknowledged that reaching agreement on a reparations loan for Ukraine based on frozen Russian assets in Europe remained difficult. However, she expressed confidence that this solution was the most credible path forward and stressed that leaders were determined to keep working until a decision was reached. The status of Donbass, comprising Donetsk and Luhansk regions, has emerged as a key sticking point in talks on peaceful settlement in Ukraine. The Lithuanian Foreign Minister Kęstutis Budrys urged the EU to broaden sanctions against Belarus in response to ongoing hybrid threats, including recent disruptions to air traffic. Let's turn our attention now to sports news.
The Nigerian Football Federation has announced the commencement of the Niger for the Win campaign as the Super Eagles return to the continent for the 2025 African Cup of Nations in Morocco, with a renewed commitment to reclaiming the prestigious title for the nation. Nigeria, three-time winners of the Africa's flagship football championship, arrive in Morocco with a rich history and a firm resolve to restore continental glory. The Niger for the Win campaign serves as a unifying call to Nigerians across all regions and the diaspora. It reinforces the belief that just as Nigeria 1980, Tunisia 1994 and South Africa 2013, Nigeria can once again rise to the summit of African football. The NFF urges supporters to stand firmly behind the Super Eagles throughout the tournament, from homes and viewing centers across the country to the stands in Morocco. Egypt officially named their squad for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco, with head coach Hossam Hassam opting for a group heavily built around home-based talent. As expected, the majority of the players come from Egypt's top three clubs, Al Ahly, Zamalek and Pyramids, forming a squad rich in familiarity and domestic chemistry. Liverpool star Mohamed Salah is included, and as always, the hopes of an entire nation will rest on his shoulders as Egypt seek to reclaim African glory. The Pharaoh will face Nigeria in a tune-up match on December 16, and Salah has reportedly left England following Saturday's Premier League match to join up with the national team. Manchester City moved back to within 2 points of the Premier League summit with an impressive 3-0 win against Crystal Palace at Selhurst Park. Goals in each half from Erling Haaland and Phil Foden, then a late Haaland penalty, ensured City got their fourth league victory in a row to keep the pressure on leaders Arsenal. Meanwhile, the final whistle blew and Aston Villa secured a 3-2 victory over West Ham. Thanks to this result, the Gunners remain in third place in the 2025-2026 Premier League. They are still in the fight for important positions in the standings. In chess, Nigeria's rising chess talent Deborah Quickpen capped an impressive continental campaign after winning the silver medal at the African Youth Chess Championship in Zimbabwe, a performance that also earned her the Woman FIDE Master title. Quickpen finished as first runner-up in a highly competitive field at the Junior Championship, with the title officially conferred by the World Chess Governing Body FIDE. Her showing marked a major milestone in her young career and reinforced Nigeria's growing profile on the African chess scene. In cricket, Nigeria successfully defended their West Africa Trophy title in emphatic fashion, emerging victorious in the final against Rwanda by 40 runs at the NCF pitch in Abuja on Sunday. In doing so, they replicated their triumph from the inaugural event in Lagos in 2023, when they also beat Rwanda to lift the crown. The Nigerian side, led by former Kenya international Steve Tikolo, stamped their authority on proceedings, winning 9 out of their 10 matches. Their only defeat came last week when Rwanda inflicted a 23-run loss on them in a group phase. In the final, Nigeria won the toss and elected to bat, a decision that paid dividends as their batters collectively contributed to posting a challenging total. That's sports news on Signature TV.
Let's join Queenette Mogonta on entertainment news.
Famous Nigerian actress Doris Ogala has called out the founder of the Grace Nation Bible Ministry, Chris Okafor, known as Generational Prophet, for proposing to another woman after promising her marriage. The actress called out the popular Generational Prophet in a video shared on her Instagram page on Saturday while reacting to the viral leaked clip of his engagement with another woman. A video capturing Okafor engaging a woman surfaced online over the weekend. Expressing shock after watching the video, Ogala explained that she has been in an intimate romance with Okafor since 2017. While asking him where he wants her to start from after all the money he collected from her, the actress vowed that his marriage to the new lady would not hold.
For that, he will not marry you, not lie you. Why are you leaving me for? No, forget about saying clouds or no cloud. I've not slept since yesterday. That I had to deactivate myself to think this thing through. Why are you leaving me for now? Okay, shame here. You people can insult me for all you care. And let me know what is going on with my life. Since this man fought me, my life has not been the same. I lost my younger brother. I lost my younger brother now. Chris, no, this marriage will not work. Who are you leaving me for? After sharing my naked video, turning your own miscarriage, the miscarriage I had for you, turning into abortion. What do you think you want to leave me for, Chris? No, Chris Okafor, it will not work. Oh. No, you will kill me first before you make this marriage work. After destroying my life, what do you want to leave me for?
Popular TikTok content creator and live streamer Hamzat Habib, widely known as Pella, has sparked outrage and concern after crashing his car during a live broadcast in Lekki Expressway in Lagos. The incident, which occurred during a live stream on Instagram he titled RIP Pella on Sunday, that has since circulated widely on social media, showed the influencer driving alone in his newly acquired Mercedes-Benz while visibly distressed. In the video, Pella was seen crying and speaking emotionally during a phone conversation believed to be with his girlfriend Jarvis amid rumors of a possible breakup. At several points in the live stream, he appeared agitated and made alarming statements saying he will have an accident right now. Moments later, the streamer was seen driving into another part of the road before deliberately ramming the vehicle into a stone, causing a crash. Another clip that surfaced online showed Pella being assisted by individuals at the scene and later taken to the hospital. The extent of his injury has not been officially confirmed as of the time of filing the reports.
Thank you, everybody. I love you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to kill myself. I swear to God, I'm not going. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to harm anybody. I just want to dream by myself. Let me do this by myself. Let me do this. Please. I want to die. I want to die. My body's shaking. My body's shaking. shaking. Fucking cool. You were so.
Nollywood actress Tonto DK has shared a public testimony of what she described as her deliverance from smoking, alcohol addiction, masturbation, and prolonged anger issues during a Sunday service at Streams of Joy International Church. In a video shared on Sunday, DK gave the testimony during the new season's prophetic prayer and declaration service led by the church's founder, Pastor Jerry Eze. Speaking before the congregation, the actress said she began smoking at the age of 13 and struggled for years with alcohol and masturbation. Attributing her transformation to divine intervention, she described her appearance at the altar as both a testimony and thanksgiving, noting that she almost withdrew over concerns about her public image. DK further explained that after attending the Ghana Prayer Conference, she noticed a change in what she described as years of spiritual oppression. The actress also spoke about struggling with what she called demonic anger, which she said previously affected her relationships and personal life. According to her, she had never experienced peace until recently. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Nwokonta, Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching. Stay with us. Top of the hour. Signature Evening is up next.
For the second time, a set of young professionals under the aegis of a non-governmental organization, Young Professionals in Policy and Development, got together over 60 farmers in an interface to cue them into an healthier farming practices. Supported by the United Nations Development Programme, the young professionals are guiding the farmers on how to process the next heap of refuse to soil-friendly and highly productive fertilizer.
It was a fun time for me talking up to those farmers, the participants, on waste management, especially the segregation aspect of it, because we could just easily say, oh, community don't really produce waste, but they have their kind of waste, which mostly is organic. We encouraging them to take back those to farm. And for the non-recyclables, a way forward, charting the way forward from here now. How do they go with the non-recyclables? With the recyclables, how are they able to even find crude equipment to even start recycling them at this point and all of that? And from here, we hope to make it more practical, moving from the classroom or from the place of teaching to the field where we practicalize those things. Well, we even like the place of donation of the incinerator where they can collectively manage their waste in the most sustainable method.
The training session was aimed at moving the farmers away from the use of chemical fertilizer, pesticides, and herbicides, which create health challenges for farmers and leave the soil less productive, to practices like mulching, rotational cropping, and use of degradable organic fertilizer, which are soil friendly.
We focused mainly on composting because that is something that you can easily do, something that anybody can do, even at the back of your house. You can just get a pit, put in all your organic waste in there and cover it till the next farming season or till when you need it for your farming, and then you use it then. So I focused more on composting, but we have other ways to do organic farming. You have mulching, you have crop rotation, you have use of organic pest controls, things like other insects or other animals that you could use for pest control. So these are all ways they could, go about things instead of using things like pesticides or herbicides, to take away weeds and the rest, which could be used in composting, or pesticides that would to remove all the pests and everything on their farms. You could now do it the organic way, that way reducing the effects of POPs on the environment and on their farmlands.
The training session, which took place in Garku, a rural community in Nasarawa State, is part of local and global efforts towards environmental sustainability.
Before, we normally throw out our waste management. We will normally throw it like that. But now, as you come, you show us how to manage the waste, more especially like this plastic waste and this organic waste. This plastic waste, we use it for recycling some things for another use. And this organic waste, we normally taught us about how to use it in our farm, so that we reduce using the chemical like fertilizer and chemical things that will affect our health. And this one, when we use it, it will not affect our health.
We are very grateful and appreciate the update, the sensitization that you lecture us today. Number one, the way that you can separate between recycling and organic manure, plastic, and the paper, and all and others that you be given, and then the number one appreciation that we also appreciate you being given to us is how we can manage our waste, our garbages in the house, to manage it, to apply it in our plants.
As these farmers return to their fields, the message is clear. Sustainability begins at the grassroots. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights.
We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is
When the main market is in chaos, people
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
The country is gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any dissenting voice from anybody. They don't want the voice of opposition or anybody that will say anything that is different from what they have in mind. They also want to flog us without anybody crying. That is what they want to do. And once you are speaking against their actions, once you are speaking against their policies, you've become an enemy. You know, the initial time the police invited him, we were saying that there was a different intention from what they were painting. And you saw it, even when he got there, there was no clear interrogation there. They were moving from one baseless corner to another. You can't even say that this is exactly what they invited him for. Now, the DSS said it was petition written by NLC, which means it's an NLC thing. Or did the NLC person or persons accuse the president of being a terrorist or what? They haven't told us. Because if it's labor matter that has to do with labor union activities, why should DSS be involved? That is the first question. Then if it borders on the nation, and you are saying this petition was written, when was it written? And why must it be when he was attending TUC conference, international conference for that matter, that you should hold him? Was there any restriction on his movement? Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we're all dafts and they're the only people that know everything, principally because they were given the powers to lead. That we are given the power to lead doesn't mean that your followers do not have sense. That is what some people do not understand. And it doesn't also mean that you think faster than the people you lead. It's only that somebody must be in front. So the way they reason, the way they go about things in the country doesn't suggest that they actually understand the nitty-gritties of democracy.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities when the main market is in chaos, people
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
For the second time, a set of young professionals under the aegis of a non-governmental organization, Young Professionals in Policy and Development, got together over 60 farmers in an interface to cue them into an healthier farming practices. Supported by the United Nations Development Programme, the young professionals are guiding the farmers on how to process the next heap of refuse to soil-friendly and highly productive fertilizer.
It was a fun time for me talking up to those farmers, the participants, on waste management, especially the segregation aspect of it, because we could just easily say, oh, community don't really produce waste, but they have their kind of waste, which mostly is organic. We encouraging them to take back those to farm. And for the non-recyclables, a way forward, charting the way forward from here now. How do they go with the non-recyclables? With the recyclables, how are they able to even find crude equipment to even start recycling them at this point and all of that? And from here, we hope to make it more practical, moving from the classroom or from the place of teaching to the field where we practicalize those things. Where we even like the place of donation of the incinerator, where they can collectively manage their waste in the most sustainable method.
The training session was aimed at moving the farmers away from the use of chemical fertilizer, pesticides, and herbicides, which create health challenges for farmers and leave the soil less productive, to practices like mulching, rotational cropping, and use of degradable organic fertilizer, which are soil friendly.
We focused mainly on composting because that is something that they can easily do, something that anybody can do, even at the back of your house. You can just get a pit, put in all your organic waste in there and cover it till the next farming season or till when you need it for your farming, and then you use it then. So I focused more on composting, but we have other ways to do organic farming. You have mulching, you have crop rotation, you have use of organic pest controls, things like other insects or other animals that you could use for pest control. So these are all ways they could, go about things instead of using things like pesticides or herbicides, to take away weeds and the rest, which could be used in composting, or pesticides that would to remove all the pests and everything on their farms. You could now do it the organic way, that way reducing the effects of POPs on the environment and on their farmlands.
The training session, which took place in Garku, a rural community in Nasarawa State, is part of local and global efforts towards environmental sustainability. Before we normally throw out our waste management, we will normally throw it like that. But now as you come, you show us how to manage the waste, more especially like this plastic waste and this organic waste. This plastic waste, we'll use it for recycling some things for another use. And this organic waste, you normally taught us about how to use it in our farm so that we reduce using the chemical like fertilizer and chemical things that will affect our health. And this one, when we use it, it will not affect our health.
We are very grateful and appreciate the update, the sensitization that you lecture us today. Number one, the way that you can separate between recycling and organic manure, plastic, and the paper, and all and others that you be given, and then the number one appreciation that we also appreciate you being given to us is how we can manage our waste, our garbages in the house, to manage it, to apply it in our plants.
As these farmers return to their feet, the message is clear. Sustainability begins at the grassroots. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The ENUGU state government is accelerating its urban infrastructure development agenda with the approval for the award of contracts for the expansion, reconstruction, and rehabilitation of 1,022 urban roads spread across the capital city. At a joint press briefing after the State Executive Council meeting chaired by Governor Peter Mba, the Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure, Benjamin Oko, alongside the Commissioner for Information, Dr. Malakai Abu, confirmed that the fresh phase covers over 360 kilometers of major roads and inner city roads. The new roads span nearly every urban district from Asata to Wani, Achala Layout, Old and New GRA, Emene, Ababanike, Tinker's Corner, and Independence Layout, among several others.
All the urban areas in Enugu Metropolis are covered under this new phase. This is in fulfillment of his promise to make sure that all parts of Enugu State is motorable. We've done the phase 1, we've done the phase 2, we're now in the phase 3, where we're going to award contracts that will cover about 360 kilometers in the urban area. These areas involves new GRA, old GRA, some part of MNS, Tinker's Corner, and so many other places.
On the earlier road flagged off under the phase 2, the Works Commissioner acknowledged delay due to prolonged rainy season, but assured that contractors have since returned to site and are expected to deliver in the coming months.
Roads we are almost awarded at the beginning of the rainy season, and when it comes to road construction, a lot of activities don't take place during the rainy season. But we are strategic on this particular one. That is because we are just entering the dry season. That is why we want to utilize this dry season to begin the award of new road projects.
But beyond infrastructure, the spirit of the season is alive in Enugu. The Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Ugochi Madueke, says the state has lined up some entertainment programs for what she termed Dirty December. The festivities, she said, have already begun with the 042 Festival and will climax with the Grand Roadblock concert scheduled for December 23rd at Okbara Square.
The 18th, we are introducing Mongogbe. Mongogbe, this is the first of its kind, and it will be held at Afianai, showing that indeed it is for the Ogbe. We're expecting heavy masquerades on the 18th. It's just a prelude to the proper Mong Festival, which will follow on the 20th. But from 22nd to 2nd, the landmark Nike Lake will also be open with activities, everyday activities, 10 days of Christmas at landmark Nike Lake. I will not forget our own Unity Park, which is open as we speak and will be open till about middle of January.
The Executive Council also approved the 2026 Business Enabling Reform Action Plan, targeted at easing business processes, strengthening private sector engagement, and boosting investment inflow into the states. Commissioner for Trade and Investment, Dr. Sam Obu-Nwobodo, says the reforms are designed to make Enugu one of Nigeria's most business-friendly destinations.
Enugu was adjudged from the number 36 3 years ago out of 37 to number 6 out of 37. We are not going to just rest on that. We are pushing forward. We are implementing further reforms. And one of the decisions of ESCO today, of the council, was the approval of the what we call a Business Enabling Reform Action Plan for 2026.
With more roads set for reconstruction and the festive calendar filled with cultural and entertainment events, Enugu is reinforcing itself for both economic expansion and social integration. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You're welcome back to Signature Morning. Now we're looking at traditional rulership institutions in Igbo land and democracy. A case for Igwe Orizu Newi at 100. Now traditional leadership in Igbo land, of course, is a very integral part of our tradition, and it has operated alongside evolving political systems. Well, we're joined this morning on the phone with Ben Etiaba, who is a chartered accountant and is also a leadership expert, here to throw more light on this topic. You're welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm delighted to be with you this morning.
Now, how would you describe the traditional political structure of Igbo land, you know, looking at it from the colonial period up until this moment, and how it has evolved so far?
Okay, we've always had our institutions traditionally, even before the white man came. But when they came, they found that it was difficult to govern this part of Nigeria with the existing traditional structures. So they resorted to what was then known as appointing warrant chiefs, because it was easier for them to sort of oversee the affairs of this part of Nigeria through the warrant chiefs rather than the traditional institutions, especially as we were very Republican in nature. You know, you always said that, you know, people say that the Igbos are Republicans. So the loyalty to the crown being the king, or who was the king of England at the time, or later the queen, was most important, and they were able to achieve it through warrant chiefs. So we've always had our traditions to be a traditional institutions, and today we reap the benefit of it, though we will want to see greater roles created for them, because they know their communities, they know their people, and some of these issues we're bedeviling us local, and you need that local content to be able to deal with them. So for me, I think I'd like to see more roles created for the traditional institutions in our constitution.
All right then, so how democratic was the Igbo traditional system, the political system before the colonial rule, and what lessons can it also offer in this modern time?
Okay, the traditional institutions at the time were very, very democratic, if you ask me, our own brand of democracy, because when you say the Igbos are Republicans in nature, what it means is that you don't force any policy down their throats. You have to, the Igwes or the Obis at the time had their traditional council, rulers council. Till today, we still have them. And the rulers council were meant to be advisory and also more like a parliament that would debate and discuss affairs of the people and then make their presentation. Like the act of parliament, you take a bill, and the presentation was made to the Igwe or to the Obi, for ratification. That was very uncomfortable for the white man who wanted to, sort of had his own ideas and wanted to force it down our throats, which was why the warrant chiefs arose in the first place. But I will say that we are traditionally a democratic people, and it has quite a lot of benefits. That's why you don't have in many communities a lot of disruption in the affairs of the people, because our institutions will always take care of this. And these institutions are strong institutions. When you have a strong man and weak institutions, things go wrong. But traditionally, I think we have strong institutions. In a place like Nnewi, we have the way we do things. Igbo Rizo has been on the throne for 62 years. Indeed, he was inaugurated 3 months before I was born. Today, he is 100 years old, and we're celebrating him this Christmas from the 27th of December this year to the 28th to the 29th, a 3-day celebration in Nnewi. So we're expecting quite a lot of influx of our people from diaspora, from all over Nigeria, influx of tourists who want to be a part of this, because it's going to be a big event for us.
Right, now speaking of Igwe Orizu of Nnewi, how would you describe his legacy so far and his rulership, in Igbo land, looking at how many years he has been on the throne and how many years he has been alive as well?
Okay, certainly the longest serving monarch in Igbo land, that's not in any dispute. Igwe has been a man of peace. He brought a lot of peace, stability to the great town, ancient kingdom of Nnewi. If you look at the resurgence of Nnewi into the global map in terms of industry, in terms of commerce, this was as a result of Igwe's broad view, great world view, that ensured that we set up a great market in Awedo, in Nnewi, known as Nnewi market. In fact, today you have very many markets around Nnewi with different names, but mainly the Awedo market. And this led to Nnewi being the hub of trade in West Africa. People were coming from outside of Nigeria to buy stuff and go back to the Cameroon, to Niger, to Mali, in the 70s. And a lot of industries set up, industrial zones mapped out. Today, those young men, those young traders are billionaires in dollars. And also groomed quite a lot of millionaires. Quite a lot of the money now, not within the Nnewi ambit, but we had an influx of our neighbors who came in to become Waboy. We started the Waboy model of raising venture capital and succeeding in business. So today you have many people from Ebonyi State, from ENUGU State, all being a product of that and being millionaires and operating out of Nnewi and beyond. And the pioneers of the Nnewi growth have moved on to bigger and greater things outside of Nnewi. You have the Ibeto. Ibeto is our big masquerade. You have Koscharis, you have Chikasen, you have Innocent who's doing big things. Obozo Nnewi, doing big things in Nnewi. And so many of them to mention. The centers of this world were created in the 70s. And of course, don't forget the fact that Nnewi produced the greatest transporters in our history. Salu Otomegwu, many people feel to was the first chairman of president of Nigeria Stock Exchange. Started with the transport business. Okoli Agwagu, Ekenedilichuku, that of late people knew, is Chuku Transport. Okay, Ekesen, many of them out of products out of Nnewi. And today, if you come into Nnewi, and I'm grateful, I have to say this to the governor, current governor of Anambra State, I have no reason to praise him, but I'm doing it. I'm doing this because I have to say the right things when the right things are being done. This man is trying to help Nnewi find itself into the one-town state that he's trying to, his vision that he's trying to create. So we have now dual carriage routes being carved out, being developed, and hopefully within the next 6 months, there will be ease of movement in and around the Nnewi, which we need because we know the number of containers that come into Nnewi every single day. You know that we do need great roads to be able to operate, and for Anambra State to begin to get the benefit of Nnewi being the main or one of the major economic hubs in the state.
Okay then, so can traditional rulers, with the way things are right now, can traditional rulers genuinely remain non-partisan in a highly politicized environment like Nigeria? I mean, looking at the case of Igwe Orizu Nnewi, which you had mentioned that he's a democratic person and also a very great man.
Okay, first of all, Igwe Orizu has been a king in a class of his own. I'm not running others now. In a class of his own. He's known as Igwe a joker. First of all, the man is deeply religious, okay? That's the first one. But coming to the politics, Igwe, no Igwe, not even Igwe Nnewi, no Igwe or be of any community in Igbo land should be partisan. That cannot happen and must not happen and should not happen. The moment you do that, you brought division in your enclave. You cannot do that. You'll be denied the amount to you cutting your nose to spite your face. If you wanted to support anybody, you may have a preferred candidate in any election. You support them quietly and privately, but not imposing your views on your people. The moment you do that, in fact, your people will disown you as they are able. They will, because every party will always support us in every community. So the Igwes are non-partisan, they should be, and they, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, they have, as with all the pressure, modern pressure, to get them to sway one way or the other. They've tried as much as possible to handle it in as great as possible way.
Right, so if traditional rulers are to remain non-partisan, what role then would you say that they play currently in Nigeria's democracy?
Presently, like I said, I'd like to see them have more role in the constitution, okay? But the idea of having the kings or monarchs of in the various communities has nothing to do with Nigeria's democracy. Because whether it's the armed military in power or civilians in power, the communities thrive, the communities go on. So their role is actually goes beyond, must go beyond constituted authority at the national level and the state level, which is also part of why I said that you cannot have these leaders of monarchs afford to dabble in politics. Their roles are completely different. And as far as I'm concerned, like I said, okay, you may have one or two examples of bad, leadership in communities, but as far as I know, the monarchs have played their roles effectively. Of course, you have other that in communities that may want to relate more with the governors in power or the president. You have town unions, subject to the authority of various towns, and we also have their president generals and people who work with them. So those ones maybe, I don't know how they operate, but as far as I know, our traditional institutions are living up to their billing, and that's good enough for me.
So in what ways did Igwe Orizu Nnewi successfully combine his traditional authority with, a democratic leadership values?
Wisdom. You see, you cannot buy experience on the shelves of ShopRite. Wisdom. When you have been in office for 62 years, there's hardly any part of any danger that you cannot foresee and you cannot surmount. So Igwe has led by example. Don't forget the fact also that Nnewi has 4 communities. We are not one community, we have 4 communities united. You have Otolo, Igwe is the Obi of Otolo, you have the Obi of Uruago, you have the Obi of Umudi, my own quarter, and the Obi of Nnewi. They come together under the wings of Igwe Nnewi, who is the paramount of all the Obis, okay? But known as Igwe Nnewi, not Obi Nnewi, Igwe Nnewi, because Nnewi has other Obis. So far, we have done marvelously as a people. And if you see, there's been a trend in many communities to divide those communities autonomously. But we have resisted that in Nnewi because we know, as we say in Abudu, unity is our strength. There's no point in me coming to say I'm from Nnewi. You'll be confused, you won't understand that. But if I say I'm from Nnewi, you know exactly where I'm coming from. There's nothing wrong with coming from Nnewi, don't get me wrong, because there are others also who are Republicans who think differently. But I can tell you that majority of our people believe that unity is our strength and we should keep with the structure we have and continue to develop our town. And this has served us so well over the decades. You don't change a winning team. You cannot change the goalpost when the match has already started.
Right. Now let's look at the future of these traditional institutions and these traditional leadership. The young ones are coming up, and how would you say that the legacy of someone like Igwe Orizu would be, reintroduced to today's youth so that they understand the relevance of these traditional institutions?
Okay, there's something I'm heavily involved in, Center for Memories in ENUGU. I'm sure you're aware of this. You lose your heritage if you forget and if you fail to hand over your stories to the next generation. So it is through storytelling, through the collection of artifacts, through institutions like, if you come to Nnewi now, we have our own Nnewi Museum. If the younger ones are not aware of what their history is, their heritage is, and where they should be headed, then you lose it. So ours is to ensure, this is what we do at the Center for Memories, that our stories are told by us in a way that will make sense. Because if you don't tell your stories, others will tell those stories for you. And they'll, so you may not like what they will say. So how are we going to make sure that the next generation imbibes the culture? It is by telling them what the culture is. Nobody is born knowing everything. It is what your parents tell you, what your mentors tell you, what the community tells you, what the society tells you that molds who you are. And hopefully we're doing these things the right way.
Looking at this particular subject matter, how can traditional institutions help address today's challenges from insecurity, declining moral values, and weak community trust? How can this be, sorted out through this means?
Okay, like when I said that the traditional institutions should be given more role, that's exactly where I was headed. Every crime is local. Put it this way. No community is invaded without the aid of the local people, the intelligence of the local people. So if we have our traditional institutions involved in checkmating crime, they will know who the bad boys are, the bad girls are in their communities. They will know who the drug dealers are. They will know who the consumers are. They will know who the people who give information to outsiders to come and invade. They will know who the kidnappers are. They may suspect, but if they are powerless to do anything about it, they will run a mile, because if you say, Jack, you'll be a victim. So, but once we empower them, equip them, and give them the resources we wish to use to help in combating some of these things, you'll find we'll live in a better society.
Now, looking at globalization and modernization since the coming of the colonial masters and how it has impacted the day-to-day life of the average Igbo person, how can these traditions evolve through all of this without losing its essence?
Well, every community, every tradition, every culture evolves. Okay, evolves. Not even just ours. In the Western world, many things are being done now, recognizing that the world has changed. I'll give you an example. I'm here in my village, in my home, speaking with you through what the white man has invented, technology. Okay? In fact, even for a few glitches, it would have been a video call. Okay? But I'm sure that the audience will hear me, would have been hearing me quite clearly. If you go, say for instance, in the Western world, the Igbos, we are very itinerant in our nature. We have very strong communities in diaspora now. If you go to London, if you go to the UK, if you go to the United States, go to anywhere in Europe, you heard what happened about TDG in Germany a few years ago, which wasn't the sort of publicity we wanted. But you find that communities are now practicing taking the Igbo culture beyond the shores of, not just beyond the shores of Igbo land, if we have any shores, but beyond the shores of Nigeria, into the world. Even the Western world, the white people, the black nations of this world are beginning to understand the Igbo culture, thanks to Nollywood as well, that is making even our music, the flavors of this world, the flavors of this world, making the world to understand what Igbo means. And I like it when I hear Flavor sing in Igbo. Doesn't matter if his audience is global. After all, Baba Ma or Yusuf do Senegal, they sing in there in Wolof, and people buy the records. Okay, so we are not only practicing our culture, but accepting and recognizing the fact that evolution happens, and we're exporting even our culture through music, through our soft power, Nollywood, to the world. So how is it going to evolve to take, take care of the modern world and the innovations? I've mentioned them to you now.
All right. I think this is where we have to draw the curtains of this conversation. Thank you so much, Chief Ben Iteba, for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me. I'm really grateful. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Chief Ben Iteba is a chartered accountant and a leadership expert. Of course, we talked about the traditional rulership institution in Igbo land and democracy. We looked at the case study was the Igwe Orizu of Newi at 100, which is going to come up this Christmas period, which is a 3-day celebration, just as he mentioned. And of course, we'll have to go on a short break, and when we return, we'll have other segments on the morning show.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signaturetv every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Yes, the role of nurses has actually evolved. Nursing has gone beyond having the nurse at the bedside to treat the patient, to having the nurse being in charge of a community. Like we train our nurses in community health, making them to realize that we are part of the community. The community to feel us. And the community need to know what is around them, and they also need to know how to engage in a healthy living through health education. When we give them health education, we allow them to process it and have change behavior. And that change in behavior is evident that that health education has actually gotten them. And when they do that, you see them taking charge of their health, taking informed decisions, doing things that will involve that make them remain healthy. And also in the school, we have school health program. Before now, the school health program is not even noticed. We have the school health program where the nurse takes care of the school child, both ensuring that the learning condition is conducive, ensuring that that child is well prepared for academics, ensuring that that child has good nutrition that will make that child be healthy to receive learning. And also, we also go about engaging them in extracurricular activities, games, physical and health education, having them to do that. In those days, in my own time, we do swell. But now we have them go do play chess, do other things that will make the school child healthy.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, across Nigeria, we see that insecurity has moved from isolated events to a nationwide crisis. And this morning, we are going to look at this issue of rising insecurity in Nigeria versus the weak governance and corruption. We are joined in the studio this morning by Ifeanyichukwu Okonkwo, who is a politician and is also a political activist. You're welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. And welcome.
Good morning.
Now, first of all, let's start with, the issue of insecurity and looking at all the incidents that have happened in the past months. How do you see this issue of insecurity? How do you see how widespread it has become in such a short period of time?
First of all, you give me the liberty to wish on this platform Merry Christmas to your ebullient listeners and admirers.
Okay.
Thank you. Insecurity. Precisely, if you go to our constitution, insecurity is well given a encapsulation that the essence of governance is to secure the people and also pursuit of their welfare. Nigerians are not serious. We have not decided to secure the country. Our leaders are afraid to take the critical steps that will give us that opportunity to know that we take security seriously. Starting from when the governors of the 36 states and FCTA administrators said that we need state police. Nigeria needs to be restructured into a pattern of governance that can help us pursue the chemistry and mechanical processes of securing our citizens. Tomorrow, they will tell you they are going to, you don't use the military as a platform to secure your internal administration. But because we have leaders who don't like to think and push things through, irrespective of where their constituency may not like it. Every year we have been talking about how do we secure our police. There's no issue of security without having a fundamental political structure. Can't make progress. We all know that Nigeria professes to be a federal state. Are we practicing federalism so that the necessary platforms of governance will have opportunity to dominate their areas of administration? The people who live with the local government, our local government officials have no power. They cannot even recruit the local vigilante. They ought to be manning the local vigilante, not governor. Because that is the space you want to secure is within the locality. So the local government administration ought to be the center of the vigilante until we decide to now introduce our different spheres of policing. Tomorrow you hear forest guard, another day you hear the civil defense, another day they think security is carrying AK-47. Governance requires to be abreast of technology, things we need to do, and you buy drone technology. The product of that investigation with the drone, who pursues it? You send the drone up, it sends you information. Who will be the person that will carry out the information that the drone has gathered? Is it the police person that you are paying less than 100,000? So that's why we talk about, we have not started, because look at the 36 states. What is their state assemblies doing about security? Nothing. So it's so frustrating if you are an intellectual, if you're a person who believes in development in economics, and you see the type of policy we are pursuing. So we have to start, first of all, President Tinubu must be bold enough to put the machinery of security. Securing parliamentarians is not the only priority. First of all, the judiciary wants to be independent, so they say. But they have not been able to show us that they will secure and protect the judicial officers. They should have a core of security people that are trained, that will protect judges, not necessarily the police. And those core can work with the police, federal and state police. So issue of vigilante is primarily a local government tier of administration. But the governors are running around with it and left the critical people who are the governors in the localities that can administer that, and then we hold them responsible.
All right then, if we are saying that local government has been given full autonomy and still they can't even control as little as the local vigilantes, then do you think the idea of state policing is going to hold at all?
State policing is a very critical political instrument. I advocate for state police. It is primary in the federal system we operate in. But we are shy of showing where we stand. So what I'm saying is that today, the state governments are running vigilantes. They made a law. But where is the local government in that law? That law, vigilantes should be primarily domiciled within the province of the local governments. Each local government vigilante should be semi-independent so that they can begin to relate with the other local governments in securing their space, not in the state capital. And then the governor dishes, and then you can now have our federal system practice in that local environment of securing our understand. And then how do you now arm the local vigilantes? I have not seen any of the governors that went to court to challenge the provisions that is only federal government can procure arms and ammunition. How can you, in one breath, you are using a hunting gun? That's why I say we have not decided to look at the issue and resolve it. We need pragmatic leaders who can take positions, irrespective of who is they step on their feet. Well, we're not doing that. I'm just telling you, the local vigilante, nobody has said what I'm telling you. Local vigilante should be manned by the local government administration. Not state government. Then the state government superintends it in a federal system of command structure. Then you build those drones and all these things so that if there is any follow-up of a pursuit or by foot soldiers, those vigilantes, not when you put drone as a state governor and you want the Nigerian police to take the result and pursue it. They are not prepared for it. Have you trained them? Drone is not the answer. You have drone, but there are some very critical complementary issues that you must put in place. For those, and you have a SWAT team who will follow up on the drone. It's not when you leave the motor vehicle, you go and park it in one roundabout and the policeman is sitting there saying you have security.
All right, now you've made mention that we're not ready, the government is not ready, they are not bold enough, and they are shy of showing exactly where we stand. But I want to ask, why is it so? Why is it that after all this time that we've had series of insecurity issues, the government is still not ready to tackle this issue? Why do we still have lapses in policies that are supposed to help with this insecurity issue?
By the way, let me ask you, are you familiar with the Nigerian Constitution? Are you familiar with the Nigerian Constitution?
Yes, it is.
No private individual can run for public office. It is only a political party that can present you. Where are the parties? Tell me where you're passing and you see people, vehicle packed in any conference center and they say that the parties are meeting. All here is government house. The engine room of any democratic administration is the political party. They bring what they call the manifesto, with which the careerists who are elected will go and run for office. They will be there mirroring what the government is doing, and if government is not doing what they are supposed to do, they will recall and make amendments at their conventions. So the system is not working. So until you kill the polity, you can't talk about security. You can't talk about a good governance. Tell me any of the parties that have held their elected official accountable and impeached him because he's not running the government according to the policy of the party. Governance is leadership, and democracy has several ingredients that you have to have a very vibrant society. You have to have an educated elite who are interested in making sure things happen, not educated elite who will privatize services and only make sure that they have lights in their house. So we don't have such leaders. so the political party is where all these things are brewed in terms of leadership. When the party is weak, all we hear about struggling for who will be chairman and who will be secretary. So where is the plan for the people? So this is the bottom line. This is where the body is buried.
So let's look at how has corruption within the security agencies undermined the intelligence gathering that we had just talked about, the operations, and also public trust?
You cannot talk of corruption as a single subject. I have told you that when you don't have a structure, corruption abhors structure. You come into government. Have you ever seen governor or commissioner in the bank since you've been operating a bank account? Have you ever seen them there? But our monies are embezzled. The citizens don't know. The accountant general and cashier one are the people who will get any check signed in any system according to our financial guidelines. Now, when you do a budget and say you're going to bring 10 naira for the cleaning of this table every year, it means that you're going to spend about 70 naira every month. It is the government that will make sure that you don't use that money for cleaning this table to go and buy computer. No matter what it is, if there is no money for cleaning this table, you can divert fund or what they call varying to put anywhere. So that discipline is the structure that makes sure that if you steal government money, it's easy to be found out. But we have not yet decided to let the system be governed by the rules and regulations. So if you are blaming people who are at the helm of affairs of our security operatives, men and women in uniform, let's take for example how when you give them money, the procurement system for the money to get to, say, the police to buy specific items that they have requested, and you put it in the budget for them. And you, the parliament, sits down, looks at what the police have presented, and see that outside all this they are doing, there are certain things they really need to have, which was not brought in. Particularly the welfare of the men and women that will carry out these security functions with the equipment you're going to buy. Then you have a duty to include it and represent it to the executive that you forgot this thing. It is not a question of changing the budget. Then how will the police money or the army money or the navy money, how will somebody steal it? Do they steal it through the contractors that they award the job to, or do they take a bullion van and move to the place and go and cash the money? So I don't know how they steal the money until government tells us how this money has been missing. so it will be very uneducated of me to come here and say yes, they are stealing money. I don't know how they steal this money, because I know in budget, no senior police officer can go to the bank and cash their money. They have a finance department, and every procurement goes according to the rules, and the vouchers are prepared, and so I don't know how they steal this money.
All right. No.
Unless you know.
Of course we don't. But since we're looking at, the insecurity in Nigeria and how our weak governance and corruption is also an influence, it seems as if of course you can. It seems. So it's while we're waiting for that, it seems as if since the United States, designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, our weak governance system is more amplified, particularly in the global space. And we've seen how that has panned out. And most people have the opinion that since that designation, we've had series of kidnappings, killings, and a number of all the things that have happened between that time and now. So what's your response to that? I can see you're laughing already.
I'm laughing because you are dealing with an issue that concerns all of us. One thing I want to say is this: now you know that the structure is weak. What are we doing about that weak structure? That weak structure is responsible for all our weaknesses. Do you know that up till today, we're still talking about a constitution that is acceptable for all Nigerians? The news and the interest in the people now knowing about American designation of Nigeria as a country of concern, and the saturation of issues of kidnapping and the rest of them being now being more in the news, is because of social media. Not that the mainstream media. The mainstream media is shrinking, their space is shrinking. So the social, the people are now giving information themselves concerning what is happening. So because of it, everybody now is interested. And if you look at the prism of all these issues, we have not set out the machinery of how do we punish those who contravene that law. Do you know that terrorism is a federal offense? Kidnapping is a state offense. So all these things are the machineries. The states have not even made budget for prosecution and the enforcement of all these things. All we do is talk. The states, they have a responsibility to make budgets, make sure that the court system, there's enough money to prosecute those that you arrest for kidnapping. And now the state government will stay and make law that if you use a building for kidnapping, that they come and demolish it. After demolishing that building, what next? They don't have any gazette of so all these things. The system is so weak that we're all talking about election and nomination and leadership for parties, thinking that is democracy. That's not democracy.
Okay, so looking at the situation now, is the politicization of security appointments also part of the Nigeria security crisis?
Well, you know, we have a weak polity. That weak polity makes us to always look at I will call it the physiology of appointments that are made in the country. You will say that the EFCC headship is controlled by the people from the Inspector General of the Police. So at the end of the day, what is the operational structure of all these institutions? We are in a federal system. What are the state governments doing to make laws using the powers donated to them in Section 4 of our Constitution? They can set up their own anti-graft agency and run it and do a better job than the one that but they're not interested. The assemblies can set up their own agency to fight corruption, to do these things. So that's it. Under the law, the states can create courts, not always magistrate. But the intellectual content of democratic is we are not there yet. So we need to challenge the system and get more people who are interested in making the system work. You don't have to be in government to assist the government. You can criticize them intellectually and they see they're empty, so that they will begin to look at the necessary things. None of the state governors have been able to look into the judiciary and see how business is not working. You go to court, you stay 20 years for a small commercial estate. They make all this, you put money in it and make sure that the agency runs well, so that people know that certain things happen and certain things will happen. There are consequences. So weak governance is responsible. We don't have the machinery of the system of selecting people that will represent us is in the political parties. And the political parties are weak, are not even making any of this thing. They are traumatized. So how can they come and run government? That's why you see everything centers around governor and president. So everybody is looking at the president. Now the president has appointed ambassadors. No party member of the APC knew how the appointment was made. Because it's the party, it's the largesse of the party to now project their image, project the image of the country, and pursue their programs, their foreign policy agenda, which, so all we do is everybody is waiting at the gate until Tinubu lists your name. And then we start complaining that this man is not supposed to be ambassador. We are reactionary people.
All right. Now, following this series, the federal government has been making some moves to help with this security situation, one of which is the withdrawal of policemen from VIPs. And earlier on you mentioned about some judges having some security apparatus attached to them. But I want to know what are your thoughts on VIPs having security policemen attached to them in the first place?
Sometimes you hear about executive order. The governors and the president and chairman of local government can exercise powers within the parameters of their authority. The president is the commander-in-chief and is the chairman of the police council. Look at the entire system. This is not the first time they are withdrawing all these things. The parliamentarians are looking up to the executive to give them security. The judiciary is looking up to the executive to give them security. What type of security are we talking about? Is just internal protection. In the United States of America, if you're a prominent person, you should employ private security people that will be following you, not necessarily the state police or the local government police, because the system is weak. The president's pronouncement is not law. Pronouncement by the president is not law. He is only exercising his power. The president must articulate this policy. It's not a matter of shifting it to the Minister of Internal Affairs or the Inspector General of Police. Democracy requires rules and regulations so that you know what you're facing. They will sit down with their legal transfer and break out a law and empower the National Assembly to liaise with the Civil Defense Corps for the protection, the private protection. It will be in black and white. It's not a question of if you have any problem, you go to the IG. No. So the system has robbed us of men and material to fight domestic security and set up the distance. So now that they have decided to do it, I want to see them bring a bill to the parliament to now put those structures. How do you get, if you need assistance for your parliamentarians, where do they go? Where do they apply? If you go to any establishment, they have a department that will deal with the security establishment about giving you, let's say for the court system, they should have a department that deals with those who give protection for movements and your workplace for the judges. Those who will be on guard in their respective homes and the rest of them, and the structure. So then those people will work with the chief security officer of each precinct. This thing is not rocket science. The only thing is that I told you we have a weak system, a system where all the buck stops at the president and the governor. So at the end of the day, Nigerians are not people who want to disrupt anything or tell you, look, I don't think this thing is working. Why don't we change it? They say this man is against our government. Change it. So the whole thing is that There is no structure. We are talking about today in Nigeria, it become a pride that your police is following you. The man is so rich, he has police orderlies following him. These are private arrangements you make with a private security company and pay them so that you don't disrupt our system. But when there is no structure, what do you expect? Confusion. So at the end of the day, this is, now you can see some parliamentarians are protesting that their security details are being withdrawn. Who are you? Is it the carpenters that you are protesting to? Go to the parliament. Find a way to make a bill that these things, so that these things will work out. So it's not everybody, it's not a discretion by the executive through the Inspector General of Police to give you protection. It's not a discretion. Is if your environment and your condition demands security, you apply. But most times we have private guards, but we have not defined them, because those private guards should be the people providing these services without disrupting our system, and they all know how to link any information to the mainstream security network.
All right then. So what concrete governance reforms can be put in place in order to critically assess this particular problem and provide maybe a short-term or long-term solution to it?
There is an intellectual condition for democracy. That intellectual condition for democracy requires that the elites in every country, the best mind, must be in politics, not in government.
In politics.
They must be interested how things work. There must be a system how you can protest. How many Nigerians know how to use the court? In Nigeria, you go to court, they say you're a troublemaker. So how many Nigerians know the laws of the states? Our parliament, our state houses of assembly pass laws. Why do you see the law? You don't see the law. So these are things that will create citizens' awareness, so that you can take back your community and make demand on the system and become interested in what is happening. You see some elites tell you they are not interested in politics. That's a naive statement. How can you be not interested? How do you get water, public water you drink? So now by January, the government will rattle Nigerians with this new tax. And I am expecting a lot of litigations because I see a lot of loopholes in the law. So this is the only way, because today there is a judgment of the Supreme Court very currently where the Supreme Court are giving us a window to challenge government when you collect our money and don't deliver. So you need active citizens, not necessarily politicians. We are not active. Everybody is minding his own business. You go to the hospital, it's not working, you turn around and look for, shop around for another hospital. You don't sue the Minister for Education, you don't sue the Minister for Health. So these are the issues that will ventilate the social contract. Somebody will tell you that certain sections of the Constitution is not justiciable. I call them intellectual illiterate. No law says that this part is not. Bring the ingredients that will make it enforceable. Law is science, law is not art. So we have a docile citizenship. Those who are educated don't even know the reason, and the tool of education can help us come out of all these problems. You don't make demand on the system. You don't make demand on the system. How do you complain as a citizen if things are not working? It's not only when you go and exercise your right under the Constitution to demonstrate. You only demonstrate where government is responsible. They say, oh, my citizens are protesting. Is it this government that will shoot you when you go? You find a way and go to court. Begin to challenge them. Challenge the appropriation laws they bring out. Everybody is afraid to die, and you want good life. You don't want to challenge. The essence of educating a citizen is to make it difficult for them to be misgoverned. That's education.
Right now, from your solutions, I mean, they are quite interesting, but you've also mentioned that the Nigerian system does not particularly give room for all this. Like you mentioned the demonstrations, and you said, is it a system that would, you know, probably shoot you or do something drastic? Now, these political intellectuals that are needed in the space, these active citizens that you've mentioned, looking at the Nigerian system and those in governance, do you think that it allows for these people to thrive? Because people have gone to court and it ends up somewhere, you know. People, apart from the demonstrations, of course, which has happened, and still the same thing, we have educated politicians who have spoken up, but everything still remains the same. So to what end?
Look, you look frustrated from this question you asked. There is a vista. The essence of education is to give you opportunity to ask questions. And asking questions does not mean only protestation. There's a way you can put a word out. If you are dealing with a reasonable person, he will find a, even though we have it, it's not our culture to say I'm sorry, he will retract. A lot of things are happening in our society because we allow it. Everybody in Nigeria today must know that the way the economy is running, there is no middle class. There is no stability. If you want to deal with somebody and it requires that maybe he will be detained and put in police cell, the first thing he will do is to run around the policemen in the police desk, not to put him in the cell. We are afraid to go to this. What's happening in the cell? The police can detain you. The police is not the judge. Our intellectuals, our political elite are afraid to take the pain of protest. The law says how long you can be detained and what you can do if you are detained beyond that time. But you see them go to the police station. They ever no, I don't want to enter the cell. Somebody should be inside so that you can make demand on the system. So the poverty regime that all the governments in Nigeria is running has stifled intellectual and the mobility of people to say no. You see, people are looking for handout. People are looking for opportunity. 80% of Nigerian elite today are government picking. They in and out of government, they're looking for appointment. So you come to some places and you see that the elite will build road in their community, call the governor to come and commission it, give money to the governor, give cow to the governor, and dance for the governor. And you are telling me you want to see democracy.
Okay, so can anti-corruption reforms realistically improve national security, or we are just deep into a systematic failure?
We are in a systematic failure. You just got the right description of the situation. It takes, you buy all the computer in the world, you need the human capital, you need the human being to operate this. Good governance is easy. I will give you an Igbo proverb that says that the knife you use in cutting the community meat, blood stains it. But the man who brought that knife, that stain of blood means that he'll be given some meat.
Absolutely.
It is in our own Igbo anthropology. The problem is that we don't have disinterested leaders. You bring a leader, he wants road to pass through his mother's village. you want to put university in his town. He wants to do everything to personalize his own welfare. If you're a leader, you should be disinterested because you are looking at the general welfare. And so anti-corruption and the rest of them we are talking about, you go to a civilized place, nobody tells you not to misbehave. Because the person who will enforce that law don't give any care who you are until the system says let him free. So until we stop all this patronage, all this anti-corruption and the rest of them, we are a patronage community. We believe in, oh, is my brother, oh, is my in-law, oh, my mother is from their place. That is our culture. That's the Igbo anthropology and history. But we must refine them. You can still punish somebody who broke the law by maybe advising him that if you go there and admit this thing, that there's a less punishment, you can be rehabilitated, and not to prosecute him. So all these anti-graft, the philosophy of a leader is a manifestation of his governance.
Now, earlier on you mentioned about the economic situation in the country and how there is no middle class any longer. Now, how much of today's insecurity would you say is driven by this economic problem or this economic desperation in the country?
I can, in my own poor judgment, attribute 70% to it. Tell me how many people who are earning 70,000 naira, who are supposed to be the bottom line of the financial structure we have built. We are building that financial structure looking at the bureaucracy, not what is the output of a person compared to what he requires to survive. You must look at it. So those people who are paying that money, what does it cost him to transport himself? What is the responsibility for his rent? What is the responsibility for utilities, water, and health? And sometimes his social relationships. We know we go to burials and the rest of them. So within that frame of income, can that person survive? Now this Tinubu government said that 800,000 naira a year is the benchmark, that if you don't hit the ceiling of 800,000, you don't pay tax. That ceiling is a false ceiling. It's a false ceiling. Because the ceiling ought to be a minimum of 3 million, so that there will be room. So 800,000 naira, how much students spend 800,000 naira? So all this thing, what I feel government should do is to begin to put heavy taxes on luxury items, your wig, all these things, your earrings, all things like that. Put heavy taxes on those issues so that your telephone, if it becomes a luxury telephone, once you bring it in, you pay 300,000, 300% tax on it. Then the society will be saying, you see all these women that are fronting hairs, they pay for 1 million and the rest of it. Those hairs will cost about 5 million. Next time, you take it once. That's where the money is. And they're not taxing. Women are they are the pipeline for waste in this country. I'm not looking for your patronage. I'm telling you the truth.
All right then, let's look at accountability from the leaders as well, from the security chiefs and all that. Will it help with curbing the escalation of insecurity?
It seems you're not following the ingredients that I'm bringing out. How can a poor person ask his boss for account? you go to the ministry and you know that there is money to buy stationaries in the budget of the government. I'm just using that as a small example. And the leaders, the permanent secretary, the directors are not providing it for the workers, the file, the rest of them. You come there, they tell you, and you say, now you want to pay high. That's all they do. Everyone throws his hand up. How many people has petitioned that the permanent secretary has not provided? you tell me how you get that job. So the issue is that we need a philosopher king. We need a leader that has good mind, that can look at things and do the right thing. And once the leader starts doing the right thing, that's one thing I like about Peter Obi, that he says if the man at the top is not sharing the process of fraud, that there will be no corruption.
Interesting.
Right. Now, there have been some allegations that most of this insecurity is fueled by some people who are also politicians. So would you say that some of these issues are politically motivated?
You see, Nigerians is a gossip country. You just like to talk for talking without verification. You just open your mouth because you had somebody said it. Nobody has been prosecuted that he sponsors terrorism. No, I don't know of anybody that has been prosecuted. And somebody will tell you that it's the politicians that are sponsoring these people. I'm a very civilized man. I don't want to come and go and procure litigation by telling you that politicians sponsor terrorism or sponsor all the society, because I have not seen the police is the only person that will tell us through the investigative into or all the secret police we have, will tell us that we have seen those and they list them. Then we begin to say, okay, there's some people that have been pointed out that they are, so that I can say it. I don't want to talk like a fool that the politicians are sponsoring. I don't know who is sponsoring terrorism. All I know is that the system has emboldened criminality. The system emboldens criminality. So how do you deal with such a situation? Is the system. You saw when the president's wife went somewhere, was being given an award, and the governor came there, was doing something that she doesn't like. She stepped forward and said, look, you have a few minutes because it's my show. So the people are criticizing it. All these things, we require it in our system. We require it. I congratulate the lady to go in there to tell the governor, hey baby, it's my show. Round up.
Why are you still in the show? Thank you so much, Chief Ifeanyi Chukwu, for joining us this morning.
I'm so glad.
We are glad you did as well.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Chief Ifeanyi Chukwu is a frontline political activist and also a politician, and joined us in the studio to talk about the rising insecurity in Nigeria versus the weak governance and corruption. If you're just joining us on the Signature Morning Show, I implore you to watch this particular interview. It's going to be uploaded on our YouTube page, so that way you can always leave a comment, like and share. Thank you for joining us this morning. We'll go on a short break and we'll be back.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests,
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The fifth edition of My ENUGU Story came alive with electrifying performances from creatives across different art forms, setting the tone for an evening of culture, nostalgia, and storytelling. As the audience settled into the ambience of the evening, the Chief Executive Officer of AFIA, Chief Emeka Mba, shared personal reflections on his own hood. He emphasized the importance of preserving local stories and identities as a means of documenting ENUGU's history and cultural heritage.
Letter to my hood, for me, it's not perfect. It's about memory. It's about the streets that raised us, the communities that shaped us, and the places that taught us resilience before we even understood what the word meant. ENUGU for me is more than a city. It's a living story of coal, of courage, of struggle, and of reinvention. Of people who learned early that nothing is handed to you, but everything is possible.
The presence of the government was also felt at the event, as the Executive Governor of ENUGU State, Barrister Peter Mba, was represented by the Special Advisor on Media, Dan Nwome, who conveyed the Governor's message of support for arts, culture, and the creative industry as tools for youth empowerment and tourism development.
The government of ENUGU State, the administration of Peter Mba, is very deeply committed to raise the status of ENUGU to what it should actually be. The headquarters of the Southeast, the headquarters of the Igbo people. ENUGU is going to be the premier destination for tourism, for investment, and for living. This is what the governor is planning to do. So ENUGU is going to come back to his status as a cultural center, as a center of tourism and center of a state we are all going to be proud of.
My ENUGU Story 2025 welcomed entries from participants across the Southeast region in various categories, including photography, videography, and creative writing. Winners emerged in different segments and were presented with cash prizes in recognition of their creativity and originality. Beyond storytelling, the event also featured cultural displays that highlighted ENUGU's traditions and artistic heritage, further reinforcing the state's growing profile as a hub for tourism and creative expression in Nigeria. From music to memories, My ENUGU Story once again reaffirmed the power of storytelling in preserving culture, identity, and the community pride in the coal city. In ENUGU, Princess Ken Hochoma, Signature TV News.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Nollywood actress Doris Ogala has expressed distress following reports that Pastor Chris Okafor, founder of the Mountain of Liberation and Miracle Ministry, is set to marry another woman. The cleric reportedly introduced his partner after photos of them surfaced online. Reacting, Ogala spoke about her past relationship with the pastor and made a number of allegations, claiming the relationship had a negative impact in her life. The actress alleged that she suffered personal losses during the relationship, including a pregnancy, and said her life changed significantly after falling out with the cleric. She also claimed she lost property and family support and accused Pastor Okafor of owing her 45 million naira. Ogala further stated that she had planned to move into the pastor's residence and vowed to attend his church to speak publicly about what she said transpired between them. According to her, she had been in a relationship with Pastor Okafor since 2017 and left her husband's home at his request. The pastor has not publicly responded to the allegations.
Somebody should go and take Chris Okafor. I will not marry you. Somebody should go and take Chris Okafor that he will not marry you. Not lie you. What are you leaving me for? No, forget about saying clouds or no cloud. I've not slept since yesterday. That I had to deactivate myself to think this thing through. What are you leaving me for now? Okay, shame here. You people can insult me for all you care. Only me know what is going on with my life. Since this man fought me, my life has not been the same. I lost my younger brother. I lost my younger brother now. Chris, no, this marriage will not work. Who are you leaving me for? After sharing my naked video, turning your own miscarriage, the miscarriage I had for you, turning into abortion. Who do you think you want to leave me for, Chris? No, Chris Okafor, it will not work. Oh. No, you will keep me first before you make this marriage work. After destroying my life, what do you want to leave me for? You, Chris, no, it's not possible, Chris. Chris, it's not possible. I've not recovered since. Yesterday, I almost committed suicide now. People don't know what I'm going to do. I behave normal to you people. Can't you people see that I'm not okay? This man has misled my life and he wants to marry. It's not possible. No, nobody should. I lost my only brother. I can't prove juju. I can't prove witchcraft. He knows what he did. Because we are dragging money. My brother.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
No, you're not talking to me. I don't even hear anything. Not me.
Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the discussions we had from our ENUGU studios this morning. Make sure to stay tuned as Signature Morning continues from our Abuja studios. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
And I am Quinsley Rowland.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello, let me welcome you to Abuja. My name is Nwabuozen Joko and this is Signature Morning. Now, the season of politics is approaching. Some people say, in fact, it has started. And all manner of issues are arising. Please pick up your constitution. That constitution provides, I'm not going to quote, let me paraphrase, that you, every Nigerian, has the right to vote and be voted for. To be voted for into any elective position, you must have certain qualifications. Among those qualifications, the Constitution has not specified how much you must have in your bank account. But in this season of politics, issues are rising, and people are pointing to those issues that the Independent National Electoral Commission, under its new INEC chairman, Professor Amekwita, must confront. This morning, we are going to discuss one of those issues. The issue is contentious, and I have a guest with me in the studio. And he's my friend, but I'm not going to introduce him as my friend this morning. He's a contender, Madaki Ame. Madaki Ame is a public interest lawyer, and he says he is an unrepentant Democrat. Madaki, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Njoko.
Great.
Always a pleasure.
Great. Now, by tomorrow morning, which is Wednesday, we're talking today, by this morning, let's say this morning, Wednesday, you and your colleagues be headed to the court. You are heading to the court because of one of the issues we say we should raise and make people to look at. You believe that this season of politics seems to be a season of financial harvest for the political parties.
Precisely.
For you to contest for any position, they bring out what they call expression of interest form. They don't just give it to you to fill as provided by the Constitution if you want to contest. They put a monetary value on it. Not just simplicity, monetary value. No. It is graduated in such a way that so many Nigerians are shunned off. And you think that that fouls the provision of the Constitution. Am I right?
Nobody can put it better. And the truth of the matter is that, you know, the political parties are very mundane, you know, in the way they administer their operations. You know, in off-season periods, you know, when nothing is happening, you know, they just virtually go to sleep. And there's nothing happening in the secretariats. But ideally, if we're running the democracy well, and we plan to do it, you know, in a consistent manner going forward, political parties are supposed to be actively involved in business. They're supposed to be actively involved in membership mobilization and monitoring which of their members is actually contributing towards the growth of the party. That's why all members of political parties should be paying their monthly dues, just like we pay for our town unions. You know, because political parties are not actually any different from our town unions. You know, it's just that they are vehicles constitutionally provided for seeking and retaining public office. You get the point? As the vehicle for which, you know, by which people can, you know, aspire into office. But, you know, most of the political parties are so broke after the election season because whatever money they're able to raise from finding aspirants, they're about to start finding them.
You say if they find
them? They fine, yes, exactly a fine. You know, even though it's not sanctioned by law, but it's a fine that's imposed by the owners of the party. And the truth of the matter is that when they raise all this money that they raise, they share the money among themselves.
So it doesn't go to grow the party by maybe building their secretariat or, paying their staff well or whatever. It's a gra season where, whatever they're able to garner, they share it among themselves, members of the ESCOs of the different parties. And there's no party, that is spared, for this complicity against the Nigerian people. So we in the Public Interest Advocacy Network, which I am the national convener, and founder, believe that, there are many ills of this society. And our court system, have very many sound, incorruptible judges whose image have been tarnished, by the few bad eggs in the judiciary. You get the point? And the desperation of the government in power, to subjugate the judiciary under their armpit, by putting a knee on their necks. You get the point? So we need to be able to unleash the genius of our judges and the judicial system by correcting the many ills of our society through that same judicial process and the same courts that are now being vilified, and being made to look like corrupt institutions, as if all judges are corrupt. I think it's very unfair. I've been a lawyer now 36 years, and I know there are sound judges who will never take a dime from you, no matter what the circumstances are. So if we use the same
court system,
the same
judicial
brush, if we use the same brush to paint all judges and say they are bad people,
they won't achieve anything.
You will not achieve anything. So we have to get the institutions working, and we have to trust in those institutions to deliver justice. And that's what we intend to start doing, at the Public Interest Advocacy Network. And we're going to take this on one after the other. In fact, tomorrow,
Wednesday.
In fact, today, Wednesday, we're filing 3 cases. And one of them is the issue that you have just discussed. To make the right to franchise have content. The Constitution provides clearly that every Nigerian of the universal suffrage age has the right to vote and be voted for. Now, during election seasons, they encourage people to come out and cast their votes. Most people are discouraged from casting their one vote because they cannot imagine that the process will add up the votes so that the votes will now count and be counted. In Nigeria, you can vote and you're not even sure that they're going to count your votes. That's number one. You might vote and you discover that your votes don't count because whether you vote for a particular candidate or not. In fact, many years ago in Benue, a certain chairman of National Party of Nigeria, he wasn't particularly very literate, but he was a political bulldozer. He's late now. He eventually became a big traditional ruler before he died. Now, when they were campaigning for the 1979 election, the Idoma people were not in support of the MPN. Who were more of PDP?
Yes.
Who were more of MPP? Who were more of MPP? But he was MPN. And it was, they went for a political rally. They came for a rally in Otukpo, which is the eternal headquarters of the Idoma people. And then at the campaign rally, it was clear that the people were not with them, with the MPN. And they said, so the man now, climbed the rostrum as chairman of the party. Not only was he of massive stature like Goliath, he had this ability to make speeches. He wasn't really educated in the Western sense, but he was a wise man, and he was also financially successful. I won't mention his name now so that his grandchildren will not start protesting. But everybody knows who I'm talking about. The man now climbed the rostrum and said, Talabot Lano, Anori. They don't even, it's a particularly, it's not it's a dialect, it's another dialect. Translated bluntly, he said, whether you vote for us or you don't vote for us, we will win. You get the point? You can imagine, in a campaign rally, a party is telling you brazenly that your votes don't matter. Whether you vote or you don't vote, we will win. And of course they won. That was when Shagari became president. You get the point? The reason I bring this up is that, Nigerians are beginning to lose interest in the political process because they feel that their votes don't count. And if you go back in recent history, in 2023, when everybody was mobilized, everybody was supporting Peter Obi to win this election, at the end of the day, Tinubu was declared. And because Nigerians don't like violence, you know, they say, okay, maybe next time. And that was how it went. And those brutal politicians who understand the psyche of the average Nigerian and know we don't have staying power for mischief, they just wait you out. You get the point? They know that they have done the wrong thing. They said if you are not happy, go to court. And that if you are not happy, go to court means, you know, thumping their noses at you and saying, so what can you do? We have done it, so what can you do? And you know, citizens, you know, it's called state capture. When, you know, the gladiators in the system have captured the institution of state to a point where they thump their nose at the electorate that are supposed to be the owners of the system and say, do your worst. What can you do? It is that what can you do now that we are in it. It is that kind of what can you do that led to the situation in Benin Republic a few days ago when the military was trying, you know, almost took over the governance, you know, and Nigeria had to go and help their military, you know, to sustain democratic systems. I don't know how long that can be sustained for. You get the point? Because if the push really comes from people who are completely dissatisfied with democratic governance, there's not much you can do. You're just postponing the evil day. At least we have seen it in recent history. It has happened in Niger Republic. It has happened in Burkina Faso. It has happened in Guinea. You know, it has happened in, you know, the other day, President Jonathan went to conduct elections in one of the countries, I think Guinea-Bissau. And while he was there, while the election was going on, the military came and toppled.
Even though the ex-president Jonathan said it was not a military coup, it was in fact a coup by the incumbent president.
And that's what I heard.
Against
that the man saw that he was going to lose.
And the man had lost. He announced that the military had taken over.
Yeah, now he handed over to his friend, you know, who he would prefer to. So he played dog in the manger. When I heard that, I didn't know that was the story initially. When I heard that story, I said, what? How evil can the African mind? You know, I don't believe in making racist comments, because I don't think the African is innately bad. But you know, some of the things we see from devilish, you know, demonic leaders. You know, you can't even, unless you are actually a demon from the pit of hell, you cannot expect to even contrive such evil. A man has lost election, but rather than
concede to the opponent.
Exactly.
Okay, Madaki, let's because the issue really is, if you are going to court, what institutions do you expect to apply their powers and responsibilities to check this monetizing of the process by the political parties?
INEC. INEC is the sole regulator of political parties and the political system in Nigeria. And you know, I have a lot of confidence in the current INEC chairman. I've known him for quite some time. You know, he's the close relation of one of the closest human beings to me, Shegun Bello. They're from the same village, they're from the same kindred. And when he was made a senior advocate 14 years ago, I was there, you know, to celebrate with him. You know, he's a very stable person. He's a good, stable hand. If you are in a square hole in a square peg, it is Professor Mupito. And I know he cannot learn to become left-handed at old age. You get the point. Now, having said that, you know, if you have also noticed, his style is not noisy. You know, the former INEC chairman will put themselves in our faces, reminding us that they have just been appointed to a plum job, you know, and all of that. But the man has just been quietly reading the files, you know, trying to rein in, you know, the whole process so that confidence can gradually build up, you know. So I think that, and to the glory of God, at least he demonstrated it with the Anambra elections, which was the first baptism of fire that he received, you know, even though all of the processes had been put in place. But as the man who was in charge, he made sure that it was even-handed. Election results came, who lost, who won. You know what I mean? I'll be very surprised if anybody goes to court on this matter. But Nigerians are highly litigious, you know, even between themselves and their wives. If the two of them contest for an election and one loses, the other one will go to court. They tell you, please go to court. So I believe that this INEC will be different from the Mahmoud Yakubu INEC or the other ones we have witnessed in the past. And then once he's able to set the right scene, I believe that the Nigerian political process will correct itself from there. You know what I mean? Nigerians know what is right. But it is that impunity and that thumping of noses at Nigerians to say, yes, what can you do, that has kept us where we are. And because Nigerian population, is largely docile. When there is a criminal or a vagabond in power, you get the point, who is a determined vagabond, the people get cowed easily because they don't want to bleed, they don't want to suffer. If you go to the Middle East and some of these other countries, all these Arab countries, the people can protest day to day for the next 6 months. It doesn't matter, until what they want to see, they see. Like when they had the Arab Spring, and they were, people are setting themselves ablaze in anger. Nigeria can set himself ablaze, because they know that
tomorrow will
you die for nothing. You know what I mean? So exactly. So I think that INEC can harvest the huge powers that they have under the Nigerian Constitution and under the Electoral Acts to do the right thing by the people.
Let me interject in specifics now. Some people say that INEC regulates, and a plethora of Supreme Court pronouncements have conferred the parties with authority of managing their internal affairs. Will INEC now coming in to say, look, you cannot charge more than this amount of money, not be meddlesomeness?
Well, INEC is a regulator, and I want to compare the role of INEC in the political process with the role of the CBN in the banking sector. If the banks are charging, as they always charge, I don't know how they maintain accounts, but there's something they call account maintenance fee. And this can become really high based on the appetite of the particular bank. And they hide all these charges and all of that. CBN sees that those charges are not right, and they say no, it has to be a certain charge, or some of these charges are completely ambiguous. Or there's another very funny charge in the banking sector called card maintenance fee. So I bring out my card now, my bank card, and you'll be wondering whether they give you water to drink,
to maintain it.
Whether they give the card water to drink. What are you maintaining in the card that is electronic, and the whole thing is in the system? You get the card maintenance fee every month, a certain amount. You may not think that 50 naira card maintenance fee is big, but if you multiply by the millions of account holders whose accounts will be debited with that 50 naira, what I hear, and this is not the banking conversation, but the analogy I think is interesting. What I hear is that one particular bank, I'm not going to name the name, that the board of directors go to spend the weekend in any choice location that they want, and what they do is that on every Friday they will authorize the department that handles this to debit everybody's account with 1,000 naira. And when they debit the 1,000 naira, the instruction too is that if anybody notices and complains, credit the money back into the account instantly. So from this harvest, just do the numbers. 1,000 naira multiplied by 1 million is 1 billion. You get the point? So if they do it to like 1 million accounts, and there's a million accounts for the bank, this
is just an anecdote.
Now,
but analogously in relation to INEC.
So I take it to INEC. So to that extent, nobody can say the CBN cannot regulate how much the banks can charge as card maintenance fee or account maintenance fee or any of those plethora of charges. You get the point? In the same vein, INEC has awesome powers to rein in the political parties, because they can deregister political parties, they can do and undo, within the confines of the powers that they have, and those powers are enormous. So why is INEC not enforcing those powers in the Constitution and in the electoral laws? Because there is a lot of laxity. The INEC chairmen see themselves as electoral umpires whose only job is to just conduct elections. Whether they are conducted well or not, the people will wait for the next election. You get the point, but it shouldn't be so. INEC should have a daily regulatory, role that they play in the lives and the runnings of the parties. Because if that's how political offices, will be filled, then why is it not made a day-to-day work that ensures that the political parties are run in an honest, transparent, and constitutional manner? So to answer your question directly, INEC has the sole authority to determine what the political parties do, how they hold their elections, how they hold their meetings, even their regular meetings, NEC meetings, but so INEC has offices in all 36 states of the federation. The INEC in the states are supposed to monitor meetings, regular meetings of the political parties. But they're not doing that. The only time they take their job seriously is when there is money to be made and when there is huge budget to be spent. But the INEC work is a lot more involved, and that's why we are suing in this particular case. We are suing only INEC and the Attorney General of the Federation. We are not joining the political parties. We have nothing to do with them. Once you get the regulation right and they roll out the guidelines and say this is how it will be going forward, all of them either comply or they get thrown out of the system. There are too many political parties already anyway. You get the point? So the one that will never win election, the XYZ, Yellow Party, Green Party, all those ones will asphyxiate. They will die a natural death because they cannot see oxygen, and I used to wonder how we do politics in Nigeria. A time was in this country, Chief Njoku, when the government used to give political parties money. So, and people were forming parties at that time so that they could have access to that free money that they get. So whether your party has 10 members or 100 members, the leadership will collect the money, they share it, and you don't see them again until when it's election time. And I've been hearing some heckling lately that if from the parties that if the government wants the parties to be run properly, they should fund them. How? It's like saying that the government should form all the town unions that are available in this country. For what? If you set up an organization, you are licensed to win the election or lose it, and then at the end of the day you come and say the government should give you money, to be able to do your business. There are many analogies. That's why our conversation never ends.
Yes.
So on this particular occasion, we're suing INEC, we're suing the Attorney General of the Federation, and we're asking via originating summons. So in the next 2 to 3 months, we have a judgment. We're asking via originating summons for the court to order INEC to properly regulate the political parties and to level the playing field so that any Nigerian who earns the national minimum wage of 70,000 naira should be able to pick up a form and say, I want to be president. So that it doesn't become like an obscene jamboree that we saw in 2023, where the APC, because they knew that they had already set up the right structures and they were the party in government, set a nomination fee of 100 million naira for anybody to wake up and say, I want to be president. And what I found particularly obscene about it was that when obscene as the amount was, it did not scare the political gladiators. 28 people bought form, paid for form, INEC form, for the political party form to aspire to say, I want to be president under APC. That does not include whatever money they may have been spending behind and what the money they spend at the rally ground to make sure that and those ones are in dollars, so that you don't carry truckloads of naira and everybody will see what you're doing. People made money. I saw people. In fact, one of my relations gave me $200 from the money that she was paid. As part of the rally activity. And we know these things, but they can't say, no money was spent. We know the kind of money that goes.
I want to take you on something that's bothering as you make your presentation. This is a court process, in other words, a legal matter. Mm-hmm. But as you speak to me, I see some semblance of righteous indignation. You want to protect the weak. In other words, you are being moralistic. This person earns 70,000. Why do you shun him off just because he cannot get 100 million? Exactly. So you want to protect even the weak. Is it law or is it morality?
It is law and it is also morality.
Help me with the legal dimension.
Don't forget that the best laws in this world are the laws that are founded on morality. Jurisprudentially, law has to be based on morals. If you make a law now to say that it's capital punishment to not stop at a traffic light, and anybody who does not stop at a traffic light, as soon as it's captured on the other end, is straight to the prison. Everybody say, well, what is the meaning of this? When people are doing heinous things that are bandits and terrorists, these days we don't even know what the difference is between a bandit and a terrorist. I think they are all terrorists, quite frankly. But it doesn't matter of semantics. Well, that's the story for another day. You now have, this kind of situation where a financial bar is placed on the head of anybody who dares to aspire. And that's why I call it a fight. In that last election cycle, for APC alone, 28 people paid for the forms at 100 million. That's 2.8 billion naira, Nigerian naira. You get the point? That's the official fee. Now, many of the people who went to buy those forms at 100 million know that even when they run for councillor in their wards, they cannot win. That is the word of a few people that you can almost read out the names of every member of the ward. They know they cannot win a councillorship election, but they want to be president because they see it as an investment in the party. When they now put that money there, when they don't win, it's not an if. When they don't win, because they didn't buy the forms to win, they just wanted to become relevant. When they don't win, the party will remember them in one kind of appointment or the other after the obscene victory is achieved. So that's what they did, 2.8 billion into APC from the presidential ticket alone. Now talk of the governors. Count all the 36 states. In fact, the governorship ranking was much higher. In my poor state of Benue, 11 people bought the form at 50 million. That's 550 million naira down the drain for people who want to say, I want to be governor. Not that they have been given the ticket to, I want to be governor, was 550 million.
Give me a chance to test my popularity.
In a poor state like Benue. Because the ticket was 50 million. I said, you mean we have 11 people in this state who have 50 million in the bank account, and they don't mind using it to buy a lottery ticket? Because it's a lottery ticket now, you get the point. Is that not supposed to be one of the most expensive lottery tickets in the world? But 11 people bought it. Many of the names of the people who bought those forms to run for governor in Benue in 2023, I have never heard it before. And I've been a Benue man for 59 years now, you get the point. So at least, and I've been in the political process, I should hear some names. Then when one Mr. XYZ comes and brings out 50 million and says, I want to buy phone. What I hear happens is that they give them these monies, and then, those who have a chance of winning want to break the votes. So when they sponsor other people to come and put down money, and the contestants are many, at the end of the day, the boys will be separated from the men, and the men will now take it and run away with it. In Nigeria is about snatch it.
No. Let us consider.
No, but that is a part of the conversation. Okay? Nigerian political system is so funny and such a joke. That when there's no end to this kind of conversation, you get the point. So the point that is being made is that in every other political system, of countries that take themselves seriously, even in America that we borrowed our current presidential system from, the nomination form for the presidential ticket is $5,000. And that's about the average salary of a graduate in America per month. You get the point? So the idea is, if you earn $5,000, which is like you are earning the entry level salary for a graduate, and I can talk with authority because my daughter is an American citizen and she's working in America now in Brookings, and her salary is about that that range. You get the point. She's only 23 years old. So the idea of setting the ticket for any contest at the same level, which is what they have done in America, is that anybody who is anybody should be able to either raise the money himself or save for the amount over a short period of time, or have
if he so aspires,
or have enough friends who can chip in something, $500 there, $100 there, and the money is gathered. And not that one individual will go to the bank and take 100 million or 50 million of his own money that he's supposed to use to pay his students' school fees, or organize
improve his community,
or buy a house, and then or improve his community, and then he goes and puts the lottery ticket for a party. So if you Chief Joku, for you to know how obscene this story I'm telling you is, Benue, poor as we are, 550 million went down the drain. Nobody has seen the impact.
In one party.
Only one party, and there are several of the parties. And then of course the other party, the parties that have no hope, most people, they beg people to come and take their ticket for free, and they won't get it because that the ticket of some parties is bad luck. If you come and say, I've contested before, it's not what serious politicians are looking for. It is, can I win under this party platform? Because the parties have rated themselves. The big ones like PDP, APC, maybe Labour Party in that last election, they will set nominations just because it's a harvest season for the parties. That has to end. We must level the playing field, because if we want this country to grow, that primary school teacher in my village who earns a little above the minimum wage and is very popular at home and knows that he will go to the House Assembly or he will go to the council, the local council, and be that good councillor for his people, should be able to aspire for any office, and then if he doesn't get his party nomination because there are stronger people within the party, that one we can understand. That's where the internal affairs of the party comes in. But the parties cannot on their own tell us that they have set up a limited liability company or a PLC to be making money, at the behest of the country. That's why there is no good governance in Nigeria. If we level the playing field, all the good people who have currently been obfuscated from the political process, who have been shut out because, why we prove in my place that it is, if you want to drive a leper away, if a leper enters this our gathering now, for instance, you just start spitting. You don't have to say, go away. You just, once you start spitting, the man knows that he's a leper. And he will quietly disappear because he will say, maybe his leprosy is beginning to smell. That is what the political parties are doing right now. It is organized criminality. And that has to end. Because if it doesn't end, that good teacher in the university or in the secondary school or that popular person in the community who will win any election any day cannot come out because there's a financial bar. Where is he going to see 100 million? Where is the man running for House Assembly going to see 10 million or 15 million or 20 million that they are waiting out to start announcing? You get the point? Because the parties announce their fines. I have never seen where you are not a judge. There is no law that you are operating on that then you will report the fine. And everybody has to line up.
Let me, because I want to sympathize with those who are going to take you on this issue. Mm-hmm. They asked me to ask you, mm-hmm. Look at INEC, its powers, its rules, mm-hmm. and its regulations. Can you find where INEC is going to draw its authority from to be able to say to the parties, don't charge more than this? Or charge just please go ahead, because we need some education.
That's why I give you the analogy of CBN.
Yes.
The CBN comes and says all the powerful banks that are declaring trillions, the banks that are declaring trillions as profit now. All the powerful banks that are declaring trillions, you cannot charge account maintenance fee or card maintenance fee.
But the parties will drag INEC to court.
And then they will lose. Because it's the constitution. The constitution is the ground norm. And the basis of it is very simple. You know what I mean? There's a right to franchise guaranteed in the constitution. And franchise is a two-way right. The right to vote and the right to be voted for. So you can't tell me that I have a right to vote for a choice among 5 criminals. In which case, whichever of them wins, nothing will improve because they have already paid upfront, to buy the ticket. When they buy that ticket, the first monies they have access to is to try to balance their books and recover the money they spent on the electoral process. You get the point? But if you level the playing field and anybody who is 18 years and above can come and pick up a ticket. In America, recently, one member of the House of Reps was barely 24 or 23. Young girl, she's not even from an American Caucasian. She was from one of the Arab countries as a migrant. And she came and she contested the election and she won. Trump was railing against her and making her, demonizing her, but she's there. She can't do anything. So see, our democracy is probably going to become the best in the world. But it takes a strong INEC chairman. It takes an energized and empowered INEC. And that empowerment doesn't need any more new law or anything, just the right person in the right job. And I think that
picking up the current provisions of the mandate
and implementing it. Thank God Amufuto is a good man. I know so. And he's also a decisive person and he's a senior advocate of Nigeria. So he understands the law and he knows how to apply it. Whoever appointed him must be having sleepless nights now, because if they know that
if that make with you we have to time
for years is the one that is the current INEC chairman. I'm not going to see him since the current INEC chairman, so that we pay him a costly visit at some point. You get the point? If he's the one that I know, he will do it according to the books, not caring whose ox is God. If you take him to through the judicial process. He will run with you all the way to the Supreme Court, spending minimal amounts. Because INEC used to give a lot of money to lawyers, in defending election cases and all that. And honestly, I don't know why they do that. Because for me, if INEC has done the right thing, they should just be nominal defendants in most cases. Let the party slug it out. But they'll just be there. If you join them, they're just there to say, okay, fine, we did what we did, and we believe that we have done the right thing. But they shouldn't so tediously try to prove that what they have done is right, beyond just leading the evidence that enables an unbiased judge to come to the right decision. You get the point? So I think that, INEC has all the powers that they already need, both in the constitution and the electoral laws, to level the playing field. And if that playing field is leveled, Chimjoku, you will be shocked about the sort of genius that will be unleashed on the political process in this country. And we do not desire a military government or any change of governance. We will continue to run it the way it is. When the bad people come in, they will become very obvious. It's like, if you place, a clean cloth on a refuse dump, the whole eyes will be on that refuse dump and say, oh, well, this cloth is too clean to be here. So take it to where it's supposed to be. And that's how our system will correct itself. That's how the systems in the West, where we all aspire to have corrected themselves over time. There's an organization in Europe called the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Most people don't know about the OECD. Now, I learned about the OECD when I was doing my master's degree in the UK, some 2 decades ago. And they taught us about OECD. I heard it mentioned for the first time in class. And I was already a mature adult. I was already a lawyer of 16 years standing when I went for my master's as a chief name scholar in 2005 in the UK. And then they were teaching us about the OECD. And one of the things that OECD does is like they provide a peer review mechanism for countries in Europe that are members of the OECD. So they look at what other countries are doing and then they import the best practices and they insist that it must be complied with. So the way you plan your cities, the way you occupy offices, the way you do this, well, it's a quiet organization that most Nigerians probably have never heard about. Well, just Google OECD and you see. They have a full secretariat that does this kind of peer review work. We try to do it, the African peer review mechanism and all of that, but the leaders are so full of themselves and they're so arrogant, they will not even want to hold me.
Let me borrow from the OECD example you just given. Let's look at other countries of the world that are practicing democracy. Is there any of them whose electoral umpire determines the amount charged by political parties for different electoral offices?
Well, I've already given the example of the United States.
Yes, you did.
It's $5,000. You can Google it. You can check. You know what I mean? It's $5,000. So you want to aspire $5,000, and in their place you fundraise. So, and you keep transparent records. Where the electoral laws have tried to impose, limits to the amount people can spend, but it's never done effectively, and nobody ever gets punished, for.
That's where I was coming to.
Money from wherever they can find it.
Now I'm coming to that.
Yes.
Because if you say put a ceiling on the amount paid, it means it will also attract sanction if you exceed it.
Exactly. So, and people get to go to prison for this. You get the point. In America, if you are running for election, all sources of income into the electoral process must be declared. And these days that we have electronic banking with BVN and all of that, once the organizations like EFCC, ICPC, they will monitor the accounts of people who are running elections. If there are huge withdrawals from wherever the account is, even if it's not in your name, but the BVN is the same, they say, hey, now how come this 100 million is moving from here to here? So nobody can carry 100 million in Ghana, must go back and say he's going to give it to a party official. You get the point? So it's because we have refused to regulate. When regulation is being done by honest people who have nothing to benefit from the outcome, but just to do an honest day's job for an honest day's pay, it doesn't take more up to 4 years.
Let us look at what if this succeeds. I pray that His Lordship listens to you people, and he comes from the same point of philosophy as they're coming from, and sees and agrees with you. But let us see what advantage this is likely to unleash on the political process. As at today, one of the complaints when Nigerians raise about our political process, especially our political parties, is that they have allowed themselves to be captured by the money bags. And most of Nigeria's money bags who are willing to capture political parties are not some of the neatest in the flock. Their monies, I do not, I can't, their monies come in bundles. If this irregulation comes, can you look at what good it can do to the money back capture of political parties and political process, and therefore the process of leadership recruitment?
See, thanks very much, Njoku. As always, your questions are very, very pointed, and it's an exchange, so we're learning from each other. I think that one of the biggest malaces that we have in our political process is the current unregulated jamboree, that is going on. You get the point. But I also know that Nigerians are very law-abiding, and they are afraid of prison. They have been mortal. The rich people are mortally afraid of prison. You get the point. So that's why you see them desperately scampering for bail, and they will pay the amount of bail bond just so that they don't go and sleep in that prison, because they are afraid of what the people who are there, the wounded inmates who are there will do to them when they subject them to the same environment. So nobody wants to go to prison. So because of that, if they know that prison is a sure destination for their bad behavior, all of them will decide that they will start sponsoring good candidates. So their money will now be behind, and when you do fundraising, they will come and contribute money within the limits of what the law allows, because there's also supposed to be, and there is a limit to how much an individual can put into a campaign, so that it doesn't corner you and then be ordering you about. You get the point. So they see it's just one single silver bullet. This leveling of the playing field, this decoupling of the parties from, the jamboree, the bazaar, that takes place at every election season. All of them are waiting. You know what I mean? The season has come. Those who are aspiring, who are beginning to bring their posters out, they have to be ready to pay the fine. You get the point? If that ends, as it must end, we will have a political process that corrects itself. Nigeria's democracy will become such a shining example to the world that you will be amazed at the impact that this single thing will happen. And you talked about, well, let's hope the judge listens. The judge must listen. We have 5 senior advocates, 5 top senior advocates on the originating summons. And they are not easy, they are not mean people. These are people who see the law, see in the law, what others do not see. You get the point. And 10 other young lawyers, sharp-witted, who will provide the ammunition for the senior advocates to go to court and get this done. So when a judge is privileged to be assigned this case, in fact, as he's collecting the assignment of the case from the chief judge, his hands are shivering. So, but how can 5 senior advocates be facing me in this case alone? You get the point? So there are some kinds of cases that judges cannot play with, because they know that the interest behind them are so heavy, that you cannot afford to just mess around.
That's also an indication of not just the conviction, but the seriousness of the issue that is before.
For me, this issue is very, very serious. You get the point? And for years I've been trying to do this, but I didn't have the organization behind which, this can be done. You get the point? Everything is about organization. So when 2 years ago I decided to set up the Public Interest Advocacy Network, in order to bring to life my passion for the law. You get the point? I'm a very passionate lawyer. But anything I'm unable to do with passion, I don't do at all. Because there's no point. You get the point? I've been a lawyer now 36 years, par excellence. When I was studying, I was best in every subject I took in law, every single subject. When I went to study law in ABU in 1985, between 1985 and 1988, when I graduated, I was the best in every subject, including Islamic law. I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic. I entered the university at 19. But every time they set exams, even in Islamic law, I was the best. Islamic Introduction to Islamic Law Part 1, I was the best. Islamic Family Law in Part 2, I was the best. Islamic Jurisprudence in final year, I was the best. So people were wondering how, you know what I mean? Where can this innocuous
Christian
boy from Benue, poor boy that could hardly change his shirt. They coming to floor us. My classmates they know they can't play with me. You get the point. But when I now went to work, I started law practice, did like 5 years. I went to consulting with Arthur Anderson, then left Arthur Anderson after 2 years to join Shell, for a deep pocket. And I was in Shell for 12 years. When I left Shell 17 years ago on voluntary early retirement to get into the political process and burn my fingers and eventually emerge as governor of my state, you get the point. I did it pointedly. When I left Shell in 2008, my last day on the payroll was May 18th of 2008. My salary per month was 1.4 million. 1.4 million naira was $10,000. That was $10,000 because the exchange rate was 140 to 1 at the time. But I left the job 19 years earlier than I would have needed to leave if I wanted to wait it out until my retirement. If I had not left when I left, I would have had 1 more year before my retirement. Because I'm 59 now, I would have been retiring at 60. Now, I give you this analogy to say that, and then when I left Shell in 2008, many of my friends wanted me to come back to law practice and then become a fan and all of that. But it didn't excite me. How people say that if you want to make a career in teaching, you should look at the head of the headmaster. If what you see on the head of the headmaster on the wall as that young, energetic classroom teacher.
Don't disparage teachers. No, because you wouldn't be sitting here. I wouldn't be sitting here without that man with that on his head.
No, but this is actually a proverb. And it's a proverb.
Tell the person to stop the proverb.
And it doesn't mean to disparage. It means that you should choose other options of career. Because you're a classroom teacher, as a young teacher, very intelligent, very excited about education, about bringing people up. The highest you can go to in the primary school system is to become a headmaster.
Yes.
It might take you 30 years from when you started. So, what you were saying, if you are entering there to go and make money, you know that this is not the place for you.
No.
So, if you look at the head of the headmaster and you see that,
you tell me what I want to be there.
I can't be this until 30 years from now. Do I want to start now, or I should go and look for something else that may pay me more? You get the point? So that is the objective of that is the idea behind this program, which I actually find very funny. The way you are asking, I think you are hearing it for the first time. But the point of it is, so when they say I come back to law practice, go and argue cases and then become a fan, I say, well, I'm more of a solicitor than an advocate. And this is another issue I'm going to take up. Well, I'm a solicitor. I've been in oil and gas, electricity law, and all this while. If I come in and then I comply with the bare requirements of becoming a fan, which is like number of cases I've handled in the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court, in the High Court, and all of that, and you have an office that's organized, you can predict almost to certainty if you apply, when you apply, whether you get it or not. They have been refining the process, year in, year out, and it's getting, more transparent. So it's no longer like a lottery that it used to be. But the point of it is, if I'm an advocate, a solicitor, and you call me a senior advocate, it's a misnomer. Because in Nigeria, every lawyer called to the bar is both a solicitor and an advocate. Then you have law teachers. If law teachers write the clever books and they say, this is a very good book, it will change the course of law practice, they make him senior advocate of Nigeria based on the book. As a solicitor that I am, that don't like the boring outlook in the courtroom. You know what I mean? When judges barely talk at the base of their voices, people have to strain their ears to hear what the judge is saying. And then of course, when they used to do, now they've become more electronic. When judges used to record everything that was said in longhand, you cannot maintain your train of thought as a lawyer. If you have to talk, the judge writes, then you say, hey. Or if your brain is telling you to talk faster and you start talking, say, my friend, I'm recording what you are writing, what you are saying. Am I your typist? Am I your stenographer? You get the point? And then you lose your train of thought. The kind of law that I want to practice is law that gives me the passion to do what I want to do, not just to comply with all what the rules are. And I tell my friends, any rule that I'm not involved in the making of it, I don't obey it. You get the point? I want to be part of the of the thinking behind the law. You know,
let that now.
We are digressing.
Yes,
so,
I even want to bring you back to INEC. This money being charged by the parties, how it impacts on the process, its consequence, and the advantages we are going to harvest if his lordships listen to 5 senior advocates, you said 10 other lawyers, that's 15, that's a lot of people, a lot of lawyers showed interest in this matter. But the politicians will also say, you're a spoiled sport. After all, in this game, you deploy all your arsenal, including your money. It's part of the recruiting process, it's part of the qualification. You might as well say somebody who is bankrupt just because you want to be moralistic. And the constitution says he has a right to vote and be voted for, even though bankruptcy disqualifies him.
Exactly.
I'm just being hyperbolic. That you might as well say beggars should ride on horses just because they so wished.
Yes.
And it doesn't happen. That you are a meddlesome interloper. You are nosy.
A beggar can ride a horse if he has maybe 1,000 naira or 500 naira that he had just been dashed. If he goes to Jabi Lake, there are horses there waiting to just be paid for and ride. You know, so that proverb alone, that if wishes were horses, beggars will ride, is now extinct.
Because but the beggar can give him money
to pay that 500 naira or whatever it takes to ride a horse at Jabi Lake. And I will not to talk when you go to Bar Beach in Lagos or wherever, you get the point. We will bring those horses, you know, for commercial purpose, just like riding Okada. So please, riding a horse is no longer such a big deal. You know, that I think that proverb came about in those
it was royalty.
Exactly. Horse-driven chariots, you know, and all of that. But now, you know, the playing field around the riding of horses has been leveled. As we are now trying to level it, you know, for the political process. You get the point. But the point of this is, not every person will come to say they want to aspire.
Correct.
Because the parties will still have their rules. You know what I mean? And then there will be a contest. There will be a proper primaries, which will be monitored by INEC to make sure that they don't clobber down people that they don't want. By the time you emerge through that process and you become a candidate or you are not a candidate, you know that you lost. Just like the election, the Anambra election, you know, those who lost know that they lost. If they go to court, they just enrich a few lawyers, you know, and waste their time. But there's no way a court will declare that the election was not properly conducted. You know, when you're a politician and you lose the election, you know you have lost it. In fact, if you are not going to win, you know you will not win, even before the election day. You get the point. So that's aside. So to that extent, anybody who is saying, well, you know, there will be too many players in the field, everybody will call every Jack and Jill. The parties will make money because it's a game of numbers. If everybody who earns the national minimum wage can buy the form, that's a 4-page form that didn't cost the parties more than 1,000 naira to print, if they buy it for a flat amount of money, let's even say 10,000, you know what I mean? And then if 100 people buy forms for 10,000, you know, or 1,000 people buy forms for 10,000, you can imagine that the figures are already adding up. You know, so it's just like the Coca-Cola effect. You go to any country, you can buy a bottle of Coca-Cola.
I don't want to put a charge on you.
Okay.
I don't want to give you a bill.
No, okay, that I'm advertising Coca-Cola.
Oh, yes.
No reason to advertise Coca-Cola, but you and I know that, you know, a Coke or a Pepsi or whatever it is, a soft drink is a soft drink.
Thank you.
Exactly. So, but if I've advertised Coke, please find Coke. You know, they didn't pay me.
They didn't come here.
Exactly.
It's you I know.
Okay, no problem. Send a bill and then see whether we will not contest it in court. But the point of view that I'm trying to make is that if you reduce for high quality service, if you reduce the amount you charge for it, to enable more people buy it, you will make more money than that person who set his own high and only a few people can even dream of it. Or they walk past it as if they didn't see it, but you know what I mean. So, to that extent, I think that leveling the playing field throws up the genius in the Nigerian. And even the Americans are afraid of the Nigerian genius. You know, Trump himself, you know, as brash as he can be sometimes, has acknowledged the genius of the Nigerians. You get the point. Say the
so to open the field for more people.
So more good people, both who are here or who have been forced into the Japan syndrome because there is no space for them around, will come back here. They will begin to participate in the political process, either by sponsoring people or by wanting to be players themselves, you know, or by even contributing their ideas on social media, criticizing what needs to be criticized, and then we have a refined concept.
Well, the population of those who will contest will increase, and then the parties will have the opportunity to select the best from the population.
That's the idea.
Apart from that, there is a sense of morality in what they are saying. It's not right in this society that because of not having the money, you are disqualified, no matter if you have the most important where in the whole process, integrity. Exactly. You have integrity, you don't have money, you are shunned off, he says. And therefore, and this is very interesting, 5 senior advocates of Nigeria, 10 other lawyers, putting them straight together, heading to court to ask the court to say, look, we cannot institutionalize bazaar, financial bazaar for the parties. When it is time for election, they put the prices up in the roof, and only those with deep pockets, no matter if they don't have that word called integrity, but they have the cash, they buy off men of character. And he says, that's the moral dimension to it. The other side of it is that the parties have a right to bring out as many people as possible by lowering the fees, and then the primary election process will sieve the wheat from the tar. My friend Madaki, we are no longer contenders. We are friends this morning.
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming to the program.
Always a pleasure. Really, always a pleasure.
My name is Nwabwoz Njoku. This conversation never ends. Please follow us as you follow this case. Each time I make you that promise, as they head to the courts, we head there with the cameras. We follow this case and we see how it ends. It is significant. It could be a watershed if INEC is gotten by its lordships to do what Madaki says is the right thing. For the rest of the day, please invest your time properly and enjoy yourself, and good morning.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Mia Amor Motley, Minister for National Security, and the Public Service and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
President, we need a reset, and we need to reset. Mr. President, in your absence, I congratulate you on your assumption of this chairmanship of the General Assembly. We can wait. As I said, Mr. President, we need a reset, and we need to reset. Those of us here today representing our brothers and our sisters the world over have endured 4 years of polycrises. As the children of Mother Earth, we continue to wrestle with the climate crisis. As a human family, we grapple with the legacy of the pandemic. As a digitally connected people, we are now, regrettably, confronted by multiple theaters of war and scenes of horror and famine flowing from that war, armed conflict instead of pursued development. Citizens of every country as well, struggling to contain the rising cost of living and the implications for them and their families on a day-to-day basis. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, we are all now threatened by the second but silent pandemic of antimicrobial resistance, together with a growing incidence of death and disability from chronic non-communicable diseases. We cannot afford the distraction of war. If ever there was a time to pause and to reset, it is now. Collectively as an international community, and individually as leaders in each of our countries, we must now deliver new opportunities and solutions to these crises which dampen economic growth, which restrict the ambitions of our people and numb our sense of the beauty and goodness that the world ought to be offering because it has it to offer. The reset for which I am calling, and indeed all of our citizens are demanding, must see an end to all forms of discrimination. That rules and institutions today exist which create first and second class citizens, as we have said from this podium year after year, depending on your nation of origin, militate against the trust and the credibility and the hope, and it fosters a crisis of confidence in the existing international order, which must become inclusive and responsive for all. More than any other complaint from this podium has been the disparity in treatment and the inability to be able to have fair and transparent treatment for all that would lead to the trust necessary for us to solve the problems of our times that are truly beyond man-made causes. Neo-colonialist structures that perpetuate and reflect an old world order characterized by racism and classism and misogyny, while ignoring the legitimate aspirations of billions, will not help to foster the hope or trust that is necessary to meet these polycrises. We must ensure that the global institutions give developing countries, especially small vulnerable states like my own, or vulnerable middle-income countries, seats at the table of decision-making where we can be seen, heard, become active agents in our own cause and lead our own development paradigms. My friends, we are reminded that 2024 is the final year of the United Nations Decade for the People of African Descent. Much has been achieved, but the recognition, the justice, and the development for people of African descent that was promised by this decade has, to say the least, not yet been fully realized. And it is for this reason that the Caribbean community joins the growing chorus, and my own country in particular, for the immediate proclamation of a second decade to complete the unfinished work and address the matter of reparations for slavery and colonialism. I start here because this is a necessary but complex conversation, and the Caribbean community is resolute that it must happen. Its resolution lies, and I want to be very clear, its resolution lies in a multi-generational approach, in the same way that the £20 million sterling debt that was incurred by the British government only was repaid in this 21st century, almost 200 years later, so that the notion of unaffordability becomes a non-issue once we recognize that the solution to reparations must be multi-generational and grounded in development. Mr. President, of necessity, the reset must also be characterized by institutional reform, which has to start in the United Nations councils. These councils suggest that some are full members, and others are only part members, and some may be part-time members, and some may be occasional members. All of this has no place in the 21st century. And the anger and the mistrust of our citizens in institutions, in leaders, in multilateralism, and in the processes which exclude while yielding much talk and little action is very real. And nowhere is reform and consequentially trust and hope more important to the well-being of billions of people today than in relation to the global financial architecture. Restricted access to capital, its disproportionately high costs barring us from doing that which we must, its inadequate scale, and the overwhelming burden of debt often imposed on us by circumstances beyond our control. These are all now combining to force governments in the world's poorest countries, and frankly, across many vulnerable middle-income countries, to devote more resources to debt service than to health and education, and in some instances, even infrastructure. For far too many members of the human family, cold ground is our bed, and rock is our pillow. Too many go to bed with their bellies hungry, and too many may not even have a bed. Our reset must therefore collectively build a common agenda that reflects and reinforces our shared humanity. It is that shared humanity that binds us together. Mr. President, you know better than most. Our African brothers and sisters got it right with the principle of Ubuntu, and have used this principle, this General Assembly, to remind us that its simplicity is what we should aspire to. I am because you are. I am because we are. My well-being is tied to yours, and our collective well-being is connected to Mother Earth's. This best voices the approach needed to give expression to the reset that is absolutely necessary. And we acknowledge that there are glimpses of hope. We have, for example, on Monday, agreed to a pact for the future, but we still have war. We have agreed on a global digital compact, but we still have raging pandemics in the slow motion silent pandemic. All of this rests, my friends, on the common agenda that the Secretary General had set out for us before. Yesterday, we agreed in a high-level meeting on a political declaration on antimicrobial resistance. A lot of fancy words, but this is where the rubber hits the road, because all of us in this room know people who have died from infections and for whom the antibiotics simply are no longer effective, so that within 48 hours, a person's life is snuffed out, almost as if they were at war. My friends, following on the intervention of the Bridgetown Initiative and the Paris Pact for People and Planet, the efforts of many across the board, we acknowledge that there is some hope. And it is evident in the beginnings of the reform that we are seeing little by little, but nevertheless, they have started. These are all important steps, but we cannot take our eyes off the prize. Barbados' call for a fundamental reset includes attitudes and behavior as much as actions or reforms. Heads of government are in agree that we must trigger national development agendas of transformation with both speed and scale. We have a date with destiny against 1.5 degrees. We know that that is what is needed to survive. And the implications for people, even as we speak, can be dire. But if there is a failure to act with clarity of purpose, and if the political will retards progress on the front of the much-needed reform within the international financial institutions, purely because heads of government do not speak to ministers of finance when they reach Washington, D.C., or their board directors, if there is a need for that to be dealt with, then, my friends, there must be a commitment to be equal to the current challenges of member states if we are not to perpetuate the discriminatory practices that result in undermining the transformational opportunities that we need. Depriving vulnerable countries from being able to access concessional income that is long enough to build the resilience to save lives and to protect livelihoods is unjust. And that is why we must remain focused. That is why, my friends, we launched yesterday the third iteration of the Bridgetown Initiative, which identifies three key principles, very simply. One, we must change the rules of the international financial system and reform its governance and instruments. Two, we must shock-proof vulnerable economies by dealing with debt and liquidity in a comprehensive, development-focused manner. And if we need to give countries a shot of liquidity like we give them a shot of adrenaline to avoid them falling off the cliff of death, then we must do so. And thirdly, we must augment financing by boosting country capacity to invest in resilience by several means, including what has been announced already, the rechanneling of special drawing rights through our multilateral development partners, but that will only be truly effective if there is another issuance of SDRs in the near future. Indeed, we must also address the challenge, and this I believe to be the fundamental mission of this generation, of how we are going to secure the global public commons to be able to maintain our safety and stability as a global community. We're going to have to discuss how we can secure it, and of course, how we must finance it. And that is not only the climate crisis or the loss of biodiversity that we speak about, but the other many global challenges that can truly destabilize countries and regions. Mr. President, these considerations are of fundamental importance to the sustainable existence of our generations, future generations. The SIDS agenda is another story of promises made but not kept. 30 years ago, the international community gathered in my own country to take action for the first time on the unique challenges faced by small island developing states. We birthed in my home country the first ever global agenda for small island developing states, which became known as the Barbados Program of Action. I thank Mauritius for its strategy of implementation, Samoa for its pathway. They were carriers of the baton of a development agenda for small island developing states in the intervening years, in the face of multiple global crises from health to climate to finance. The vulnerabilities, yes, of our countries as small states have become more pronounced. In May of this year, we gathered in Antigua and Barbuda for the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States. And I call on the international community and the multilateral system to let us work together to ensure that the promise created in Bridgetown in 1994 is delivered and realized through the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SIDS 2024 otherwise known as ABBAS. Let me use this opportunity as well to inform you that 2 days ago we took over the presidency of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, the V20 countries of the world, from Ghana, whose president I would like to thank for the excellent stewardship of the group over the past 2 years, and indeed for the strengthening of its institutional capacity. The priorities of our term as chair of the V20 countries will be the multiple dimensions of climate crisis, dealing with them, the impact of the climate crisis on human health, and of course, the issue of debt and climate, because if we don't solve that, we cannot take the appropriate actions to deal with climate. I invite all United Nations members who are not yet members of the V20 but who are climate vulnerable to join this group, because it is only through amplification of our voices and consistency of our message and solidarity that we will continue to see the pace and scale of reforms that we need to be able to save our people's lives. I commend to you the declaration of the leaders of the Climate Vulnerable Forum that was adopted this week on Wednesday. Mr. President, above all else, we need a global reset on peace. There needs to be global peace. And those of us who are old enough would have recognized that there are peaks and valleys as it relates to this issue of conflict. There are few areas where the world is more in need of the United Nations acting as the United Nations to secure the objectives of the Charter than in the area of peace and security. The silence that has engulfed Sudan is unacceptable and may well be rooted in the racism that the world still carries as a badge of honor from the victories of the last great war of the World War II. The actions in Myanmar cannot continue. Ukraine has sucked more oxygen out of the global community and the global financial system than any of us can appropriately accept at the very time when the world needs to be applying its resources and efforts to fighting the greatest crisis known to mankind. And the spread of the war from Gaza to the consequences in the West Bank to now clearly what is happening in Lebanon as we speak with Israel, all of these are but the tip of an iceberg of death, violence, and instability, and robs the global community of oxygen and resources at the very time when we need it most in a strategic way. We all know, as students of history, that even the longest war in history came to an end. These wars, yes, they too will come to an end. But the question is when and at what cost, and without much loss of life. With how many children not being able to be either given the chance to live or will now live with memories of war that will affect their every action for the next 60, 70, 80 years of their lives. Innocent people are paying the price with the one thing that is theirs to give, and they don't give it willingly. It is their life. Unless we address the root causes of these wars, one by one, and the manners in which they are being sustained and financed, we will never know anything else other than war and rumors of war in these theaters. The transmittal of these scenes of horror in real time into people's bedrooms, into people's living rooms, will trigger two extreme reactions, neither of which are acceptable to us in the third decade of the 21st century. We will either get the desensitizing of ordinary people to the loss of lives, especially those of innocent children and women on the one hand, or we will get, on the other hand, the anger and inclination for vengeance that it spawns necessarily. We need peace. And it cannot be too difficult for us to work for peace. It is the same Bible that tells us in the stories of the Old Testament, much which has guided many people across this world. But when we turn from the Old Testament to the New Testament, it is Romans that says to us, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, not any country, not any human being. So that the Bible can't be used as a convenient aid when it suits us and rejected when it doesn't. In the midst of this maelstrom, we were very clear. My country took the step this year of recognizing and establishing diplomatic relations with the state of Palestine, in spite of having supported a two-state solution since 1969. And we did this because it is clear to us that the state and people of Palestine, human beings, are entitled to full recognition by integration into and support from the international community. The Charter does not say we the people, with the exception of any one group from any one part of the world. We join with others, therefore, in congratulating the state of Palestine in taking their seat among the United Nations member states as they did on the 10th of September of this year. And let me be clear, we condemn the actions of Hamas on October 7th. But we equally and strongly deplore the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, which is the result of the disproportionate use of force by Israel. There's no justification for it. And that is why treaties exist governing the rules of engagement for war. Because we as human beings learned better and know better and committed to better. A two-state solution, no matter how elusive it may appear to be now, is the only answer. And I've said already this week that we have known difficult battles in mankind's history. But when we were in it, we didn't think we could achieve it, but we did. We abolished slavery. We removed apartheid in South Africa. These battles are not beyond our creativity, our capacity, and our resilience to resolve them. Similarly, we insist that the killing in Ukraine really has to stop. The people of Ukraine must be allowed to live within the internationally recognized boundaries of their state in peace and freedom from the threat of use or force. And as I said, it is sucking too much oxygen out of the global financial system, and countries that should be the beneficiary of aid are being told that they may have to wait in the interest of the defense of others because of war. I say to us truly, there has to be a singular commitment to build a peace. Truly. Mr. President, my own region has not escaped the scourge of instability and violence. The Americas do not constitute today a theater of war. But we are today witnessing, for some years now, an unprecedented escalation in the number and caliber of assault weapons which are finding themselves in the hands of criminals who are wreaking havoc on the legal systems and our societies, particularly in the small island developing states of the Caribbean and indeed in the wider states of Central and Latin America. This scourge caused by guns manufactured in the United States of America primarily also requires a fundamental reset. The right of persons to bear arms in countries not engaged in military conflict should not be an opening to accept as legitimate the presence of assault weapons in countries. It is simply not right. There is no place for assault weapons in our societies. I turn now to the fate of the people of Haiti, which continues to be of major concern to our people in the Caribbean region. The global community now has an opportunity for an essential reset with how it addresses its relationship with Haiti, and which has been born in all kinds of semi and partial concern over the course of the last few decades. We continue to have it as a recurring decimal because we have failed to solve the problems and put them on a sustainable path to development for its people. What is needed is transformation of our sister nation. And yes, we must provide first and foremost security, but transformation must be its handmaiden. The government and people of Haiti need the full support of the international community, not just in the short term, but in the long term. And yes, this starts by extending the mandate of the Multinational Security Support Force, escalating the work of the United Nations, deploying all the tools of bilateral, regional, and global cooperation, not excluding countries who want to participate for spurious reasons, ensuring that those of us who can step up to the plate by significantly increasing the pledge funds that we do so, because we know that it takes cash to be able to deploy the forces and the police necessary to help with the restoration, so that Haitian mother or that Haitian child can go about their day-to-day life without fear of being assaulted or killed or being denied the right to work because of their simple fear of walking the streets. The Caribbean community has been working hard this year to support our largest member state. And in the early part of the first few months of this year, we met on Haiti almost 3 to 4 times a week to guarantee the stability that we ask you now to help us secure. We thank the efforts of the Eminent Persons Group of former CARICOM prime ministers who were on the front line of helping to resolve this complex problem day in and day out, so that we could find a political consensus for Haiti. That Haiti had at this General Assembly both the interim president of the Transitional Council and Prime Minister Corneille is a remarkable achievement given where Haiti was in February of this year. Let them continue on a path, please, of securing their future. And we cannot be on this podium speaking about Haiti without thanking Kenya and President Ruto for their remarkable leadership. After many delays and in what represents now a historical precedent for an African country, they have ensured that an African country has taken the lead in helping to tackle the peace and security challenge beyond its own continent. That is the kind of reset that we need in the international community. And Mr. President, you cannot come on this platform regrettably, although I look forward to the day when I will not have to say it, when we must ask for reprieve for the people of Cuba. It is unacceptable, it is unconscionable, and that it continues today is a mark on our international conscience. The Cuban people continue to face the most dire of economic circumstances, and that this is directly as a result of its exclusion and its designation as a state sponsor of terrorism. And I have addressed our only knowledge of terrorism, and Cuba is in fact the downing of the Cubana plane off the waters of Barbados, where Cubans, Guyanese, and Koreans were killed. My friends, Cuba has been a valuable partner stepping up for us when it has mattered most, by the provision of nurses and doctors in pandemics, and by the provision of other essential workers when the global community needed it and when people needed to be liberated in Southern Africa. The reality is that we must have and continue to have resolve in calling for the embargo to be lifted, and we will condemn it year after year after year because it is simply wrong. As we say so, we pray that the people of Cuba, as they determine what damages they have found from Hurricane Helen, as well as we pray for the people of Florida, who clearly are going to spend the next few days identifying the damage as a result of a hurricane that hit Category 4 when it reached Florida. This is the climate crisis that we speak about. The people of Nigeria are still counting the bodies with respect to the floods that took place there. We have hard work to do. In our own Caribbean region, Beryl literally decimated the islands of Carriacou and Union Island, and indeed would have affected Grenada and St. Vincent more broadly. Jamaica and my own country's coastal infrastructure was significantly affected, with our fishing industry, 90% of it being decimated. This season of superlatives, with its floods and droughts, its hurricanes and fires, will take the lives and livelihoods of too many. The climate crisis is hitting us almost weekly across the globe. The deniers of the climate crisis, they too need a reset that will admit of the absolute necessity of collective action by the global community to save our way of life and our planet. Mr. President, at the start of this week, the skies were much darker. I truly believe so. We are starting to see some glimmers of light. We leave New York this week noting that the clouds are lifting, conscious that the sun is peeping out in certain areas, not all, but in certain critical areas, giving us a sense of renewed hope that reset is in fact not only possible, but necessary in key areas: institutional reform, reform in our financial architecture, reform in how we view development, but above all else, reform in how we see each other and value each other. This hope springs from the Pact for the Future and the many declarations that we have made here, the terms in which my fellow leaders spoke from this platform for the most part, the urgent need to recognize reset, 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 even if they didn't call it by that name. It is as if we all truly understand and accept the challenge of rising to solve the major difficulties that are faced by the people of the world, and to recognize that global moral strategic leadership requires of us the commitment to redress the wrongs and to take care of saving people and planet. But recognition of the need for the reset, while it is the first step in any issue, what is now also needed is eternal vigilance as our companion, so that as we take the steps to transform attitudes and institutions and rules, we will not succeed overnight. We will not succeed even in the next decade. But if we don't do the reset to change the legacy of centuries of exploitation and domination, we will not be fit for purpose to meet the needs of our people in the third decade of the 21st century. I can think, therefore, of no better way to conclude than with a song that I had cause to use almost 30 years ago from my own country. Song from Edwin Yearwood, when I first stood on this podium almost 30 years ago in 1995 as a young minister of youth. And I quote, "A voice in my head keeps talking to me. It tells me the road is long. It tells me we must be strong. Roll with the pain and roll with the strife, for today is the rest of the start of your life." Mr. President, may the new hope fostered here this week signal the start of a new deal for people who hitherto were not seen, and even with the existence of this body, whose voice and presence were not felt. These people have been recognized too often, and these countries, as mere statistics, and not with the human dignity that is their birthright, or the human dignity that is the conferred right from these United Nations. Mr. President, I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam Chair, Deputy Secretary. Dear leaders, dear friends, and all those who can become our friends, because you want safety and peace just as much as we do. Today, no one but ourselves can guarantee security. Only strong alliances, only strong partners, and only our own weapons. The 21st century isn't much different from the past. If a nation wants peace, it still has to work on weapons. It's sick. But that's the reality. Not international law, not cooperation. Weapons decide who survives. Excellencies, you know perfectly well international law doesn't work fully unless you have powerful friends who are truly willing to stand up for it. And even that doesn't work without weapons. It's terrible, but without it, things would be even worse. There are no security guarantees except friends and weapons. No Ukrainian choice this kind of reality. And knowing our people, they would have chosen a different priority. Ukrainians are peaceful people, but they are people who want to live freely in their own independent country. That's why we invest in defense. For many nations, there is simply no other way left. Nations can speak about their pain from stages like this, but even during bloodshed, there isn't a single international institution that can truly stop it. That's how weak these institutions have become. What can Sudan or Somalia or Palestine or any other people living through war really expect from the UN or the global system? For decades, just statements and statements. And even everything happening in Gaza remains without a way out. Even now, Syria, after all the changes, still has to appeal to the world to ease the sanctions that are choking its economy. It has to ask and wait. Syria deserves stronger support from the international community. And as Russia's war against my country goes on, people are still dying every week. Yet there is no ceasefire because Russia refuses. Russia abducted thousands of Ukrainian children, and we have brought some of them back. And I thank everyone who's helped. But how long will it take to bring all of them home? Childhood slips away faster than adults are able to help. Look at Israel. Nearly 2 years have passed and hostages still haven't been freed. They must be freed, but even that still hasn't happened. And for years, there have been no real answers to other threats, either chemical weapons and famine used as a weapon. Last year, at this assembly, I warned the world about the risk of radiation disasters, especially due to Russia's occupations of our Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the biggest in Europe, but nothing's changed. Nothing's. And yesterday, the plant went into blackout again, and Russia hasn't stopped shelling even in areas near a nuclear facility. And because of international institutions are too weak, this madness continues. Even being part of a long-standing military alliance doesn't automatically mean you are safe. Just recently, 19 simple Russian drones violated Polish airspace, and only 4 were shut down. Luckily, they were not shaheeds or even worse. Otherwise, the results would have been horrific. Estonia had to call a UN Security Council meeting for the first time in history because Russian fighter jets deliberately entered its airspace. Moldova is defending itself again from Russia's interference. We are helping Moldova, and Russia's trying to do to Moldova what Iran once did to Lebanon. And the global response, again, not enough. We have already lost Georgia in Europe. Human rights and the European nature of the state system are only shrinking there. Georgia is dependent on Russia. And for many, many years, Belarus has also been moving toward dependence on Russia. Europe cannot afford to lose Moldova too. It's important to remember how the world once ignored the need to help Georgia after Russia's attack, and how the moment was missed with Belarus. How Moldova must not be lost. And for Europe, supporting Moldova's stability is not costly, but failing to do so will come at a much higher price. That's why the EU needs to help Moldova now with funding and energy support, not just words or political gestures. We must not forget about protecting the rights of people and the rights of nations in regions where these rights are under threat. The UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights must apply everywhere. But the Taliban in Afghanistan dragged a whole country back into the dark ages. Cartels in some Latin America countries are more powerful than the government there. This is all about collapse of international law and the weakness of the international institutions. And so it's about the rise of weapons. Weapons decide who survives. Excellencies, yesterday President Trump stood right here in this hall, and God saved him from a murder attempt during the campaign. A shot was fired from a rifle, and just a fraction of an inch saved his life. Just days ago, President, along with hundreds of thousands of Americans, honored the memory of Charlie Kirk. Sadly, his life was cut short by a bullet. Once again, violence with a rifle in hand. We also mourn the Ukrainian woman, Irina Zarutska. She was brutally killed with a knife here in America, the very country where she was seeking refuge from Russia's war. And almost every day, when we open the news, we see headlines about violent attacks happening all around the world. Most of it is done with weapons. People are already used to, but weapons are evolving faster than our ability to defend ourselves. Now, there are tens of thousands of people who know how to professionally kill using drones. Stopping that kind of attack is harder than stopping any gun, knife, or bomb. This is what Russia has brought with its war. It used to be that only the strongest countries could use drones because they were expensive and complex. Now, even simple drones can fly thousands of kilometers. War tech doesn't care about geography anymore. It's now reshaping it. Just recently, airports in Europe had to shut down because of drones. Authorities couldn't even say what kind of drones they were, who sent them, or from where. Last week, North Korea announced the test of a tactical strike drone. That means even countries with limited resources can now build weapons that are dangerous to their neighbors. Ukraine and nations like Saudi Arabia know all too well how dangerous Iranian attack drones are. But what happens when all the types of drones become available, even to small terrorist groups or cartels? The world moves too slowly to protect itself, and weapons move fast. Now companies are already working on drones that can shoot down other drones, and it's only a matter of time, not much, before drones are fighting drones, attacking critical infrastructure and targeting people all by themselves, fully autonomous and no human involved, except the few who control AI systems. Dear leaders, we are now living through the most destructive arms race in human history, because this time includes artificial intelligence. And if there are no real security guarantees except friends and weapons, and if the world can't respond even to old threats, and if there is no strong platform for international security, will there be any place left on Earth that's still safe for people? We need global rules now for how AI can be used in weapons, and this is just as urgent as preventing the spread of nuclear weapons. We need to restore international cooperation, real working cooperation for peace and for security. A few years from now might already be too late. 10 years ago, war looked different, and no one imagined that cheap drones could create dead zones, areas stretching for dozens of kilometers where nothing moves, no vehicles, no life. People used to imagine that only after a nuclear strike. Now it's drawn reality. Mass-produced, simple drones, and without AI yet. Ukraine doesn't have the big fat missiles dictators love to show off in parades, but we do have drones that can fly up to 2,000-3,000 kilometers. We had no choice but to build them to protect our right to life. Control over the sea used to depend on having a big navy. Ukraine doesn't have a big fleet, but we succeeded. In the Black Sea, we pushed what's left of the Russian navy into remote base. And we did it with sea drones. That's how we protect our ports and maritime trade routes, because Russia has left us no other choice. And our spiderweb operation, when cheap drones destroyed or damaged dozens of expensive Russian strategic bombers, became a real example for special forces around the world of what new weapons can do to old systems. These very Russian bombers attacked our cities. And none of this would have happened if Putin had not started this full-scale aggression, full-scale war. And every year that this war goes on, weapons become even more deadly. And only Russia deserves to be blamed for this. Dear leaders, to protect lives, Ukraine builds underground schools and underground hospitals. To protect lives, we have to spend more on protecting power stations from drone and missile attacks than on building sports facilities or cultural infrastructure. Ukrainian farmers are learning how to protect their equipment from Russia's FPV drone strikes, and for them, that challenge is far greater than climate change. Russia's war has put us in this situation, but do you have protection against similar threats? The facts are simple. Stopping this war now, and with it, the global arms race, is cheaper than building underground kindergartens or massive bunkers for critical infrastructure later. Stopping Putin now is cheaper than trying to protect every port and every ship from terrorists with sea drones. Stopping Russia now is cheaper than wondering who will be the first to create a simple drone carrying a nuclear warhead. So we must use everything we have together to force the aggressor to stop. And only then do we have a real chance that this arms race will not end in catastrophe for all of us. If it takes weapons to do it, if it takes pressure on Russia, then it must be done. And it must be done now. Otherwise, Putin will keep driving the war forward wider and deeper. And we told you before, Ukraine is only the first, and now Russian drones are already flying across Europe, and Russian operations are already spreading across countries, and Putin wants to continue this war by expanding it, and no one can feel safe right now. So first, we are now building a new security architecture for ourselves. More than 30 countries are already part of our coalition, and we are strengthening army, launching joint weapons production with partners, and defining financial commitments for defense in a way that could become a security model for any other nation. If security guarantees work for Ukraine, something more than just friends and weapons, it will mean that people were able to make national security not a privilege for a few nations, but a right for everyone. Second, we are ready to make our modern weapons become your modern security, your modern weapon. And we have decided to open up arms exports. And these are powerful systems tested in a real war when every international institution failed. And we are also ready to grow our defense production together with strong partners so that their protection is modern and reliable. You don't need to start this race from scratch. We're ready to share what has already proven itself in real defense. And third, many in the world are still relaxed. Still. But look at how many countries are here at this General Assembly, countries that are at war, or just came out of war, or are trying to stop one, or openly getting ready for one. War has already reached too many people to pretend it has nothing to do with you. So it depends on you. Whether you help peace or continue trading with Russia and helping Russia to fund this war, it depends on you. Whether prisoners of war will be freed, whether abducted children will come home, whether hostages will be free. It depends on you what will define existence, war like now, or our joint strong actions as it should be. Yesterday we had a good meeting with President Trump, and I also spoke with many other strong leaders, and together we can change a lot. Of course, we are doing everything to make sure Europe truly helps. And of course, we count on the United States. I appreciate the support we are receiving. Yes, much depends on the G7 and G20, but in the end, peace depends on all of us, on the United Nations. So don't stay silent while Russia keeps dragging this war on. Please speak out and condemn it. Please join us in defending life and international law and order. People are waiting for action. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Ukraine.
are local.
The international community is observing every.
Where the main market is in chaos. People are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, ECOWAS pledges to defend democracy in West Africa. Nigerian government bans admission and transfer into SS3 class. Australian PM Albanese says Bundy gunman was probed in 2019. And Messi tours Mumbai as cricket great Tendulkar showers the Argentine soccer icon with praise. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has pledged to defend democracy, deepen economic integration, and strengthen collective security amid rising instability across the sub-region. Leaders of the bloc made the commitment at the 68th Ordinary Session of the Authority of Heads of State and Government, held at the Old Banquet Hall, Presidential Villa, Abuja. Represented by his vice, Kashim Shettima, President Bola Tinubu called for unity, warning that the bloc is weakest when divided. The Nigerian leader explained that while disagreements among member states are inevitable, they must not undermine the sense of belonging or shared destiny. Amid discussions on governance and security, the summit highlighted a decisive pivot towards private sector-led integration. ECOWAS Commission President Dr. Omar Toure announced the launch of the ECOWAS Business Council, naming Nigerian industrialist Alhaji Aliko Dangote as its pioneer chairman. Chairman of the ECOWAS Authority and President of Sierra Leone, Julius Bayo, described the summit as a historic crossroad, warning that West Africa faces some of the gravest security, democratic, and economic challenges in its post-independence history. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has threatened targeted sanctions on anyone truncating the return of Guinea-Bissau to civilian rule after last month's coup. This is coming as presidents from across the region met in Nigeria for a biannual meeting whose agenda was dominated by 2 recent coup attempts, a successful military takeover in Guinea-Bissau, and a failed push in Benin. ECOWAS Commission President Omar Toure, while addressing journalists at the end of the summit, said the regional bloc shall impose targeted sanctions on individuals or groups of persons that obstruct the transition process. He equally stated that ECOWAS peacekeeping force deployed in Guinea-Bissau, a small coup-prone West African country, since 2022, was authorized to provide protection to all political leaders and national institutions. Recall that the failed push in Benin saw Nigeria deploy fighter jets and troops alongside soldiers from the Ivory Coast to shore up the civilian government. ECOWAS has said more soldiers are on their way from Ghana and Sierra Leone. The federal government has announced a ban on the admission and transfer of students into Senior Secondary School 3 in both public and private secondary schools in Nigeria. The directive was issued by the Federal Ministry of Education on Sunday and signed by the Director of Press and Public Relations, Folashade Boriowo. Boriowo explained that the decision was prompted by growing concerns over the increasing incidence of examination malpractice, including the use of so-called special centers during external examinations. The statement added that such practices undermine the integrity and credibility of Nigeria's education system. According to the ministry, the directive will take effect from the 2026-2027 academic session. Admissions and transfers are now restricted to SS1 and SS2 classes. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has asked the federal government of the recent agreement on digital tax reform and revenue administration signed by the Federal Inland Revenue Service with the government of France. The National Publicity Secretary of the party, Bolaji Abdullahi, made the demand in a statement on Sunday. The party expressed concern that the agreement potentially endangers anyone, that the agreement was done in the nation's best interest, especially given the manner in which it was hurriedly and secretly packaged. The Ebonyi State Governor, Francis Wifuru, has announced a Christmas bonus of 150,000 to every civil servant in the state for the 2025 festive season. Wifuru made the pronouncement on Sunday during a church service at the Government House Chapel in Abakaliki. According to him, the gesture aligns with his administration's commitment to improve the welfare of civil servants despite dwindling revenue accruing to the state in the past year. The governor also dispelled rumors of lethargy in Vincent Agwunkwo's flyover, popularly known as Vanco, a monumental infrastructural marvel of his administration. Explaining the construction rigors inherent in the massive project that will automatically give the state a facelift when completed, Wifuru decried social media contractors' cloudy view of the project. He maintained that his administration is taking steps to ensure the state is seen in the Committee of Nations with advanced and modern infrastructures. Former Governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, has debunked reports purporting his support for a Southern presidential candidate ahead of the 2027 general elections. Reports making the rounds on social media accused the African Democratic Congress ADC chieftain of dumping one of the party's presidential aspirants, Atiku Abubakar, who is from the north, stating that it is the turn of the south. The report suggested that El-Rufai may be backing the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi. In a statement on Monday, El-Rufai described the report as an untrue claim despite its virality. He denied making such claims in any of his speeches, interviews, or social media posts. The former governor reiterated that no views may be attributable to him unless those he explicitly expressed on his social media platforms or during interviews with respected media platforms. African Democratic Congress, ADC, in Kebbi State has accused the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, of acting with political bias and outside the provisions of the law following the continued detention of former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami. The party made the allegation on Sunday during a press conference at Asbir Hotel, Birnin Kebbi, where it called for Malami's immediate release, describing his detention as unconstitutional and politically motivated. Addressing journalists, the Kebbi State chairman of the ADC, Sufyan Bala, alleged that the EFCC had overstepped its statutory mandate and was gradually assuming the role of the law itself instead of operating as a law enforcement agency subject to constitutional limits. The party further alleged that Malami's detention, given his position as a senior member and leader of the ADC in Kebbi State, was part of a broader attempt to intimidate opposition figures and coerce them into joining the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. According to the ADC, Malami has not been formally charged with any offense, a situation it said violates the provisions of the 1999 Constitution, stressing that no citizen should be treated beneath the law. Despite the development, the party said it remained resolute and undeterred, assuring members and supporters of its commitment to democratic ideals and active political participation ahead of the 2027 general elections. Up ahead, Edo mortuary attendants arrested over alleged removal of corpse organs. Terrorism, 2 former governors fueling insecurity, bandit leader Turji alleges. Details of these and more after the break.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A mortuary attendant in the Upper Sapomba area of Ipoba local government area, Edo State, has been arrested by police following allegations that vital organs were removed from a body at Akube mortuary. According to reports obtained, the discovery sparked outrage among the deceased's relatives, who accused the attendant of harvesting organs from the corpse. The incident reportedly occurred on Friday, when family members arrived at the mortuary to collect the body for burial, and allegedly noticed that some organs were missing. An eyewitness, Osaro Ivie, described the scene as chaotic, saying tensions escalated after relatives accused the attendants of engaging in ritual practices. He added that the crowd threatened to lynch the attendants and set the mortuary ablaze before police intervened to restore order. Confirming the incident on Sunday, the police public relations officer in Edo, Eno Ikoedem, stated that the command received a distress call about a mob attempting to attack a suspect at the mortuary. She explained that the suspect was safely rescued and taken into custody. Ikoedem assured the public that a thorough investigation would be conducted and urged residents to remain calm and allow the due process of law to take its course. Nigeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said that discussions were still ongoing over the detention of a Nigerian Air Force C-130 aircraft and 11 soldiers, stressing that they have not yet been released. The spokesperson of the ministry, Kimiebi Ebenfa, who made this known on Sunday in a statement, stated that the federal government was actively engaging the authorities of the country involved to resolve the matter diplomatically. According to him, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has taken over the discussions to ensure the safe release of both the aircraft and the Nigerian military personnel. He added that further details on the circumstances surrounding the detention were not disclosed as diplomatic efforts continue. Troops of the Nigerian Army have recorded major operational gains nationwide, killing over 14 terrorists and intercepted 9 million naira ransom in the last 48 hours. A credible source at Army headquarters told the news agency of Nigeria that troops also apprehended several suspects and rescued many kidnapped victims in coordinated operations across multiple theaters. In the northeast, he said the troops of Operation Hadin Kai sustained offensive actions in Borno and Yobe states, killing 11 ISWAP JAS terrorists in ambushes, fighting patrols, and follow-up exploitation operations in Bama, Konduga, and Guzamala local government areas. He added that weapons, ammunition, motorcycles, bicycles, and terrorist logistics, including energy drinks and food items, were recovered. According to him, troops also arrested 3 suspected ISWAP JAS collaborators, including logistics suppliers intercepted along the Kodunga-Bama road, with 700 packs of energy drinks, mobile phones, and cash recovered. In the northwest, the source said the troops under Operation Fasan Yama engaged terrorists in Zormi and Maadun local government areas of Zamfara, forcing them to retreat into surrounding bushes. The source said the troops in the north central foiled kidnapping attempts and rescued victims in Plateau, Nasarawa, and Taraba. He said that several victims were freed after kidnappers fled on sighting troops, while 5 suspected kidnappers were arrested in Kaduna State, adding that efforts were ongoing to rescue other abducted persons and apprehend fleeing criminals. In the South-South, he said the troops conducting anti-illegal bunkering operations in Akwa Ibom uncovered about 600 liters of illegally refined AGO, which was handled in line with operational directives. The source reiterated the commitment of the Nigerian Army to sustaining relentless operations to dismantle terrorist networks, curb criminality, and protect lives and property across the country. Notorious bandit leader Bello Turji has alleged that 2 former northern governors are fueling insecurity in the country, especially in the north. Turji made this allegation in a viral video which surfaced on Sunday, accusing past political leadership in Zamfara and Sokoto states of laying the foundation for the region's long-running insecurity. According to the bandit leader, he has participated in a series of peace meetings with the Zamfara state government during the administration of a former governor of the state. The bandit leader, however, denied claims that he received 30 million naira or any material inducement to participate in the process. Several sources close to the former governors insisted that the words of a terrorist should not be taken seriously or believed. Tuji further alleged that former administrations armed vigilante groups, popularly known as Yambanga, which he claimed disproportionately targeted Fulani communities and escalated violence. He specifically mentioned former Sokoto State Governor and his former Zamfara State counterpart, calling for their arrests and investigation over what he described as their roles in the crisis. The Katsina State Directorate of the National Orientation Agency has launched a security awareness campaign in border communities across the state. Speaking at the launch in Jibia local government area on Monday, the state director, Muntari Lawal Sagem, said the campaign is aimed at educating residents on cross-border crimes and encouraging them to support government efforts to tackle insecurity. The exercise covers Jibia, Kaita, Mashi, Mayaldwa, Zango, and Baura local government areas. Lawal Sagem noted that criminals often exploit festive periods and informal border routes to enter the country, urging residents to support suspicious movements to security agencies. He also called on citizens to be patriotic, guide their children away from drugs and criminal behavior, and support peace through mutual respect. He further appealed to community and religious leaders to promote peaceful coexistence and commended Governor Diko Rada for his efforts to address security challenges in the state. It was a night of blitz and glitz as the city of Enugu played host to the 5th edition of an art festival titled My Enugu Story, put together by Enugu-based media group Afia. This year's edition, which has Letter to My Hood as its theme, focused on capturing the essence, memories, and identity tied to various neighborhoods across Enugu, and celebrating their unique spirit, people, and culture through cultural expressions. Correspondent Princess Ken Ochomma reports that the lives of the people were expressed in writing, photography, and film.
The 5th edition of My Enugu Story came alive with electrifying performances from creatives across different art forms, setting the tone for an evening of culture, nostalgia, and storytelling. As the audience settled into the ambience of the evening, the Chief Executive Officer of Afia, Chief Emeka Mba, shared personal reflections on his own hood. He emphasized the importance of preserving local stories and identities as a means of documenting Enugu's history and cultural heritage.
Letter to My Hood, for me, it's not perfect. It's not. It's about memory. It's about the streets that raised us, the communities that shaped us, and the places that taught us resilience before we even understood what the word meant. Enugu for me is more than a city. It's a living story of coal, of courage, of struggle, and of reinvention. Of people who learned early that nothing is handed to you, but everything is possible.
The presence of the government was also felt at the event, as the Executive Governor of Enugu State, Barrister Peter Mba, was represented by the Special Advisor on Media, Dan Nwome, who conveyed the governor's message of support for arts, culture, and the creative industry as tools for youth empowerment and tourism development.
The government of Enugu State, the administration of Peter Mba, is very deeply committed to raise the status of Enugu to what it should actually be. The headquarters of the Southeast, the headquarters of the Igbo people. ENUGU is going to be the premier destination for tourism, for investment, and for living. This is what the governor is planning to do. So ENUGU is going to come back to his status as a cultural center, as a center of tourism and center of a state we are all going to be proud of.
My ENUGU Story 2025 welcomed entries from participants across the Southeast region in various categories, including photography, videography, and creative writing. Winners emerged in different segments and were presented with cash prizes in recognition of their creativity and originality. Beyond storytelling, the event also featured cultural displays that highlighted ENUGU's traditions and artistic heritage, further reinforcing the state's growing profile as a hub for tourism and creative expression in Nigeria. From music to memories, My ENUGU Story once again reaffirmed the power of storytelling in preserving culture, identity, and the community pride in the coal city. In ENUGU, Princess Ken Ochoma, Signature TV News.
Still to come. Bondi hero undergoes first surgery. More to come, says cousin. China tells countries to stay out of Hong Kong internal affairs after lie conviction. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Chabi Yayi, son of former Beninese president and current opposition figure Thomas Boni Yayi, was arrested early on Sunday at his home. The ex-president's son was detained a week after a failed coup attempt in the country, although no reason was given for his arrest at the time of filing this report. Meanwhile, Thomas Boni Yayi condemned the abortive coup in a video addressed 2 days later. Several arrests have taken place since the December 7th push attempt, including alleged participants, the former Minister of Defense and key opposition figure, Candide Azanae. Azanae was placed in police custody for conspiracy against the authority of the state and incitement to rebellion. Benin had also issued an international arrest warrant against Pan-Africanist and anti-Western influencer Kemi Seba, who on Sunday responded. In a 7-minute statement, Seba said he had taken precautions following the issuance of the warrant against him, though he did not disclose which country he was in. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Monday said that one of the gunmen in the Bondi Beach shooting was probed in 2019.
Citizen. The father arrived in 1998 on a student visa, transferred in 2001 to a partner visa, and after each trip overseas since then has been on resident return visas, which has occurred 3 times. At this stage, given New South Wales Police are leading the investigation, I have cleared to be able to talk about the visa history, which I've done.
The son first came to attention in October 2019. He was examined on the basis of being associated with others, and the assessment was made that there was no indication of any ongoing threat or threat of him engaging in violence.
40 people were taken to hospital following the attack. including 2 police officers who are in serious but stable condition, police said. The victims were aged between 10 and 87. Police did not release the shooters' names, but said the father had held a firearms license since 2015 and had 6 registered weapons. One of the suspected attackers was known to authorities, but had not been deemed an immediate threat, security officials said. Home Minister Tony Burke said the father arrived in Australia in 1998 on a student visa, while his son is an Australian-born citizen. Police did not provide details about the firearms, but videos from the scene showed the men firing what appeared to be a bolt-action rifle and a shotgun. The cousin of the man dubbed the Bondi hero said on Monday that he had successfully undergone 1 surgery, but more was needed. 43-year-old Ahmed Al-Ahmed was identified on social media as the bystander who hid behind parked cars before charging at the gunman from behind, seizing his rifle and knocking him to the ground. He was taken to St. George Hospital for treatment for bullet wounds to his arm and hand. Ahmed's cousin, Jose Al-Kanj, spoke to media as he left the hospital and said that he still had around 2 surgeries to go and that Ahmed was unable to speak at the moment. Australian police on Monday said a 50-year-old father and his 24-year-old son carried out the attack at a Jewish celebration at Bondi Beach on Sunday afternoon, killing 15 people in the country's worst mass shooting in almost 30 years.
No, he's done the first surgery. I think he's got 2 or 3 surgery. That depends on the doctor what he says.
So he's had 1 and he's got 2 more?
I think so.
Okay.
The man held as a person of interest in the Brown University shooting that left 2 students dead and 9 injured will be released from custody, authorities said on Sunday night. Providence Police Chief Oscar Perez said earlier at a midday news conference that a man in his 20s was taken into custody in connection with Saturday's gun violence, but gave no further details. But at a late-night news conference hours later, Providence Mayor Brett Smiley and other state and local officials told reporters the man detained would be released from custody, saying the investigation was going to a different direction. Officials declined to elaborate on why the man who was taken into custody was detained in the first place.
We know that this is likely to cause fresh anxiety for our community, and we want to reiterate what we said earlier, which remains true, which is ever since the initial call, now a day and a half ago, we have not received any credible or specific threats to the Providence community. And so the status of safety in our community remains unchanged. And we believe that you remain safe in our community, though we will continue to have an enhanced police presence throughout the city and on the Brown campus. Our investigation into this horrific act remains ongoing. It has been ongoing. And I know there's been some frustration from members of the community and others about the language that we've been using about the person of interest and such, and that speaks to directly the fact that this investigation was and continues ongoing, and we will continue to endeavor to not.
Thailand's military said on Monday it has halted fuel shipments through a border checkpoint in Laos over concerns the supplies were being diverted to Cambodian forces as fighting between Thailand and Cambodia entered a second week. Clashes are ongoing at multiple points along their 817-kilometer border, with no sign of easing despite international calls for a ceasefire, including from US President Donald Trump. The conflict, described as the most intense in decades, has displaced more than 500,000 people and killed at least 38, according to authorities. Thai defense officials said fuel movements through the Chongmek crossing were restricted after intelligence suggested rerouting to Cambodia, stressing the move was not intended to affect Laos. Thailand is also considering limiting 5 vessels from entering high-risk Cambodian waters. Cambodia relies largely on sea routes for fuel imports, with Singapore its biggest supplier, while Thai fuel exports to Cambodia have dropped sharply and ceased entirely since July, according to Thai authorities. European Union Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas said on Monday that taking over the Donbas region will not be Putin's endgame.
Why countries want to be in NATO is because they don't want Russia to invade them, to attack them, and that's why Sweden and Finland joined NATO. That's why the Baltic states joined NATO, to have this defense umbrella. Really, we have to understand that Donbas is not Putin's endgame. If it gets Donbas, then the fortress is down, and then they definitely move on with taking the whole of Ukraine. And if Ukraine goes, then other regions are also in danger. We know this from the history, and we should learn from history.
Kallas also acknowledged that reaching agreement on a reparations loan for Ukraine, based on frozen Russian assets in Europe, remained difficult. However, she expressed confidence that this solution was the most credible path forward, and stressed that leaders were determined to keep working until a decision was reached. The status of Donbas, comprising Donetsk and Luhansk regions, has emerged as a key sticking point in talks on peaceful settlement in Ukraine. Lithuanian Foreign Minister Kęstutis Budrys urged the EU to broaden sanctions against Belarus in response to ongoing hybrid threats, including recent disruptions to air traffic. Beijing on Monday urged relevant countries to stay out of China's internal affairs after Hong Kong court found tycoon Jimmy Lai guilty in landmark security trial.
Hong Kong is a society governed by the rule of law, and the central government firmly supports the special administrative region in safeguarding national security and punishing criminal acts that endanger national security in accordance with the law. China expresses its strong dissatisfaction and firm opposition to the blatant slander and defamation of Hong Kong's judicial system by certain countries. The judicial authorities of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region perform their duties and responsibilities in accordance with the law, uphold the authority of the law, and defend national security, all of which are reasonable, legitimate, and impervious to interference.
China's foreign ministry did not name any country. Hong Kong's High Court on Monday found tycoon and pro-democracy campaigner Jimmy Lai guilty of conspiracy to collude with foreign forces in the city's highest-profile trial under a China-imposed national security law that could see him jailed for life. The landmark has drawn international scrutiny of Hong Kong's judicial independence amid a years-long crackdown on rights and freedoms in the global financial hub after 2019 pro-democracy protests that Beijing saw as a challenge to its rule. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel condemned on Saturday Washington's seizure of a Venezuelan oil tanker as gunboat diplomacy and likened the action to theft. Speaking at a Communist Party of Cuba meeting, Diaz-Canel accused President Donald Trump of launching pirates on a Venezuelan oil tanker, shamelessly seizing the cargo like a common thief. The United States seized a tanker carrying Venezuelan oil off the coast this week, marking the first confiscation of Venezuelan crude since sanctions were imposed in 2019.
Donald Trump has just launched his pirates on a Venezuelan oil tanker, shamelessly seizing the cargo like a common thief. It was the latest episode in an alarming sequence of attacks on small boats and extrajudicial executions of more than 80 people on unproven charges and amid an unprecedented threatening military deployment in a declared zone of peace. The Bolivarian Revolution is the main target of the current threatening deployment of U.S. military ships, which they intend to continue using as a backyard for their misdeeds. Despite numerous demonstrations inside and outside the country against plans for war in the region, the occupant of the White House, his Secretary of State, and his Secretary of War make no secret of their threats against Venezuela and any other government they consider hostile. Cuba denounces and condemns this return to gunboat diplomacy, this threatening diplomacy, this scandalous theft. One more in the already long list of looting of Venezuelan state assets.
The seizure comes amid heightened tensions, with President Trump repeatedly suggesting the possibility of U.S. military intervention in Venezuela. The U.S. has conducted several strikes against suspected drug vessels in recent weeks, raising concerns about expanding military operations in the Caribbean. Israeli President Isaac Herzog lit the first candle of Hanukkah on Sunday, alongside recently freed hostages and bereaved families, using the ceremony to renew calls for the return of the last slain Israeli hostage still held in Gaza. Ran Vili is the last hostage still held by Palestinian militants in the Gaza Strip, after Hamas handed over a body that was identified on Thursday as fire agricultural worker and second last hostage, Sudisak Rinthalak. The handover of Givili's remains would complete a key condition of the initial part of U.S. President Donald Trump's plan to end the 2-year Gaza war.
On Hanukkah 2 years ago we stood, together with so many others, in the hostages' square. We all stood there and wished for a miracle. We prayed, an entire nation prayed, that light would overcome darkness, that all the hostages would return home, some to the embrace of their families for rehabilitation, and some for a proper burial. And now, after 800 days since that terrible day of October 7th, Simchat Torah, there is no greater miracle than to see here and elsewhere hostages who have returned from the valley of the shadow of death, and of course to embrace the bereaved families who are with us. Above all, our thoughts and prayers are with you, dear Talik, and with the amazing Gwailai family of Staff Sergeant First Class Rang Vili, a hero of Israel who has been held for 800 days by the murderers in Gaza. We promised, and we commit and promise again and again, that we will not rest and will not let go until Ronnie returns home. Not we said. Until the last hostage.
Order was restored on Sunday as Lionel Messi, whose India tour kicked off chaotically on Saturday, was warmly greeted by fans, soccer enthusiasts and Indian cricket icon Sachin Tendulkar in Mumbai. Messi is in India as part of a tour during which he is scheduled to attend concerts, youth football clinics and a paddle tournament, and to launch charitable initiatives at events in Kolkata, Hyderabad, Mumbai, and New Delhi. The tour got off on a sour note, as agitated fans have thrown objects, ripped up seats, and invaded the pitch at Kolkata's Salt Lake Stadium, after the Argentine soccer great made only a brief appearance at a ticketed event. Messi was scheduled for a 45-minute visit to the stadium, but his appearance lasted just 20 minutes. Tickets for the event were priced from around 3,500 rupees, more than half the average weekly income in India. But at least one fan said he had paid $130. Up next is entertainment news.
Famous Nigerian actress Doris Ogala has called out the founder of the Grace Nation Bible Ministry, Chris